It was 10 years ago when we tied the knot. Thought she was the jackpot, the best thing I got. But now I'm here, just me and the breeze. She's got the house, the truck, and even
welcome in, y'all.
My pal Shah warned me.
Just gonna give it a few minutes for some folks to come in. I think we're gonna have a an interesting stream today. Shout out to the legends.
Now look who's crying at the end of the day.
Post Millman's coming in tonight. Whew. I got a lot of newspaper clippings. All I've been doing all day is researching. And I'm going to do my best to present some of them. So it's going to be a lot of text on the screen tonight, which is the part I feel bad about, to be honest. You know, I wanted to find like videos to break it up with, and I just didn't, which I apologize about. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of this, guys. Let me show you. Oh God. Man, I love this music. Shout out to the guys. It's gonna be like a lot of this. So this is what you're gonna see on your screen for a lot tonight, and I'm gonna be reading this. And we got some funny stories in here, by the way. We got old guys getting screwed over by young women. It's going to be hilarious, but I'm just warning you guys now that it's going to be one of those kinds of streams. So I'm sorry, but I feel like I just got to make that happen. So, let me just say hi to the guys here. I'm like reticent to talk because the music's so good. And I don't want to interrupt it, but you know, we'll do what we got to do. Troy Dunn says, ooh, American edition. American edition. This ought to be good. That paper boy from Better Off Dead saying, where's my $2? Yeah, well, where's my dowry? Exactly. Exactly. Where's my dowry?
Dowry. It's my right.
I knew I wouldn't make it past 5 minutes without using that. Here we go. Don DeMarco, welcome in, bro. Michael Sand, great to see you. Post Millman said he'll try to watch tonight. That's awesome. Yeah, hopefully he can come in. Hopefully he can come in. Talut Bora. Hey, shout out to you, Talut. You are Talut is one of our brothers from South America. I think Mexico or Peru or down there, and I've heard we got a lot of the Spanish-speaking folk interested in the gold pill. So shout out to you guys. That's a beautiful thing. I also hear there's some folks in the other parts of the world also. I think Germany was another spot that I heard of that are taking a fancy to the gold pill. And that's really good. I like that there's these separate areas of people talking about it because it's like different petri dishes incubating something based off of a common theme. And I think we'll be pleasantly surprised what everybody comes up with. So that's I don't know, that's exciting for me. I love that. Klaus, welcome in, man. Shout out to Klaus. We do not have a show if Klaus isn't in here. Michael Sand says, you're like Indiana Jones. Lots of reading and getting your hands dirty. Yeah, man, I wish I could have... I was trying to organize the stream. I've been doing nothing but just collecting newspaper articles. And I wanted to get it better organized, but I went on this huge thing. I found a new database, and I've been very much focused on Greece banning the dowry because it happened so recently. They were debating it in the 70s, and then it got, you know, it pretty much went away at like 83. And there's articles from around them of them kind of having conversations about this. So I went on a huge tangent today to find that. And part of me kind of wants to show a couple of those articles today. They are American newspapers, but they're talking about what's happening in Greece. So that's fascinating. We also have an article of the Pope giving out some dowries. So we got an article about that. We got an article about guys giving huge dowries to go along with their overweight daughters, which we'll read about today also. And, you know, what I'm kind of seeing is this common theme of chivalry sort of changing the culture and then feminism really coming in. If there's one thing feminists do not like, it is the dowry. And it's kind of showing me that the dowry is like the spear that we can just aim and throw at the heart of feminism, and it will hurt dearly. So I'm seeing that in the articles, especially the Greece stuff. You know what I mean? It's all about, well, with feminism and this and that, and you know, you'll have like a feminist professor saying something. You know what I mean? So if we got time for that, we'll look at that tonight. Again, I don't got any videos. I mean, you know, if you guys want to put something in there, if we make it through all this, we're going to be wading through a lot of old newspapers today. So, you know, apologies for that. I get it. You know what I mean? The screen ain't going to look pretty, but I think we kind of got to do what we got to do at this point. Let me just get on Mr. Pitt's song here. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. And then once this song plays, I say we just get into the first article. Yo, Male Space. Shout out to Male Space. Male Space just did an interview with Raymond Thoughts and Mind. I was watching that earlier today, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. So you guys know Raymond Thoughts and Mind. I'll bring up his channel again, but you can see our brother, a Male Space, on there discussing very interesting things. Right there. See, there he is. That's a Male Space. And that just looks like went on less than a day ago. So if you guys want more content, there it is. Also, yeah, I did do episode 3 with Post Millman of chivalry. So we had a fun time talking about. Come on, man, focus. There we go, focus. So that's episode 3 right there. So shout out to Post Millman. Yeah. So we got that going on. What do the crowns mean? I got an email about that. I think that's a new thing in YouTube, and it's like a chat ranking or something. So I don't really know what determines it. You know, let me see if I can pull that up. YouTube crowns in chat. It's some kind of thing. Right here, it says it's a ranking system in the community. If you gift memberships or donate a lot, you go on that channel's leaderboard. So it's like a leaderboard. It's a leaderboard. I mean, it sounds cool, you know. Vivian. Hi, Vivian. Great to see you in here. Shout out to you, Vivian. Hola to you as well. Tuluk is here, too. Hey, shout out to Tuluk. Tuluk and Tuluk have been trailblazing the gold pill for us there in South America. I think you mentioned Peru. Mexico's on this. So I've been liking the stuff you guys have been posting on Twitter. That's been really cool. And I really like what I'm seeing. You know, I know there's a big MHRA community in South America and Mexico. And so those guys already got a huge group, and they're talking about this, and that's extremely fascinating. Michael Sain says, shout out to Silver Pill. Shout out, honorable mention of Silver Pill. We're gonna talk about some silver in a bit. Oh man. Okay, yeah, we got our jazz solo coming in. Mr. Pitt, let's go. Welcome in, Mr. Pitt. It's a pleasure to have you, as always. Karen says, hi, Shah. Your interview with Pearl is starting to get more attention. This is exciting. Yeah, big shout out to Pearl. I didn't expect she was gonna push the interview so hard. She's made like over 20 shorts of that interview, and it's on her channel. And then there's like 4 separate clips from the interview itself. So I'm super grateful. I mean, she did not have to do that for me. I know we got like another, I think it was like 400 subscribers or something just from, you know, the stuff I did with John from It's Complicated, Paul Elam, and Pearl. But Pearl's really been pushing it. And it's kind of nice for me because I can go back and look at that. I can go back and look at that interview. And, you know, maybe it's just me, but I always look at things and I'm like, man, I wish I would have did this better. I wish I would have said this a different way. There are some things on there I said that like I wish I would have said in a way that made more sense, or like there are things that I know, but I'm like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have used that word because it sounds wrong or whatever, or it is. So I left a comment there explaining stuff. And then, but it's good though, because I think there's just no other way you're going to learn. So the more of those I do, the better I can handle myself in future ones. And I might have some other, interviews coming down the line. So we'll see what happens there. Great learning experience for me. So, Michael Sane says, feminists don't like money transactions in marriage in any capacity. No, they do not. God, I'm so excited about these Greek papers that I found. And it like took my mind away from the American, like this whole day. I'm telling you, I woke up today. Last night I was reading more papers. I was in the databases just looking for stuff. I mean, I'm supposed to be doing some exercise. I did none of that. It's been an interesting 24 hours. I might be getting sick, but I don't think so. I think I'm probably fine. But feminists are fine with the fat diamond ring, hypocrites. Yeah. Yeah, and, if the engagement breaks off, you better, if you ask for it back, forget about it. There's a whole industry out here of people selling, engagement. Well, it was a gift. So, I don't have to give it back. To look, shout out. Hey, Shah, here we are, present and ready. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Shout out to my brothers in Latin America. Mr. Pitt says the dowry could be viewed as a pay-to-win model for the females in the dating game. Women that would otherwise struggle to get married could enhance their dowry to secure a long-term relationship. Absolutely, they can. There was somebody who left a comment on one of my one of my streams from like 2 weeks ago, and it was a lady who watched she watched my interview with Pearl, and I really liked her comment because she talked about that she was saving a dowry for her daughter, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. Let me see. Oh, no, it was on the romantic interest one. I say we go ahead and bring that one up right now and just show her, showcase her comment there. Here it is right here. I'll go and just pull that off. She said, I recently saw a YouTube video about what Machiavelli taught men about choosing women. And I have some of Machiavelli's books, actually. I read them in college. Gosh, are they within arm's reach of me? No, they're not. All I have is my King Tut's replica of King Tut's, coffin there. Sarcophagus, excuse me. Oh, how dare I use the word coffin for that? But anyways, so, he was pretty realpolitik about what he did. And he's the guy that wrote the book, The Prince, and it was all about these very logical, rational decisions. But Angela writes, so I recently saw a YouTube video about what Machiavelli taught men about choosing women. And it attributes to him the idea that women can be categorized as beneficial or destructive. It also went into the fact that a smart man will look past the superficial looks and see what's inside. I think that's a big point in itself, because it's like, when you look at red pill stuff, red pill is all about abundance mentality. And that was one of the big core factors of it. And it's like, do you truly have abundance mentality if you can't see past things like beauty and these kinds of things to then assess other characteristics? So, that's where you get into more pragmatic considerations there. It also went into the fact that that a smart man will look past the superficial looks and see what's inside. I think if men did that, they would be happier and find peace. I'm not saying that all beautiful women are ugly inside, or that all fat or ugly girls are beautiful inside. But what I am saying is that a smart man would take the time to look deeper. I think a dowry is a great idea. I saw the conversation you had with Pearl, and I commented about how I thought I was the only one who had thought to do that for my daughter. She is only 14, but I have a dowry for her. That way she can start her future family with a good start. So I thought that was a cool comment. I was like, hi, Angela. Thank you for the well thought out comment. That is really interesting about Machiavelli's recommendation. I think it works well. To some extent, romance and looks can play a role, but these aspects were always tempered by more pragmatic concerns, which people took into account when selecting for a match. It seems nowadays all pragmatism is thrown out of the window in exchange during the beginning, then people are left confused during a divorce when they realize how bad the deal they signed up for was. In the past, people used to make what was called a marriage settlement. We're going to read about marriage settlements today, by the way. That really laid out what the deal was. Today, many don't know what that is and are only familiar with the term divorce settlement. Also, I think it's great you are saving a dowry for your daughter. You will see a difference it makes for her when the time comes. She said, I think it is something that needs to come back. Before I ever looked into all this, I came to realize that we aren't taught anything about it. I'm 46 now and married with children, but my parents never taught me about relationships. They were the throw them in the pool and they'll learn type. I want my daughter to be more pragmatic in her future search for a husband and partner, so I talked to her about the kinds of questions she should get the answers to before she opens her heart. That's completely fair right there. I realize it's easier said than done, I guess, but I feel like I walk a really thin line between crazy parent versus wise guardian. Yes, I think many parents from back then were like that. The economics made it easier to have that mindset. It appears that our economy nowadays is a lot more challenging, and the steps you are taking, in my opinion, will really help your daughter to navigate these challenges. I think it's great you are thinking this far ahead and having those discussions with her. So I thought that was a really cool comment, and I appreciated that. Just because, it's nice to see, comments from parents and, women and stuff like that kind of from the other side. And, I know we say like, yeah, we can't go back, right? I mean, that is kind of a little bit crazy. But part of me, thinks that the first person to kind of do this will have an edge in the market and they will be very surprised. They'll be like, oh, dang, I'm glad we did that. So we'll see how that goes. Let me just catch up a chat real quick. Looks like we got Post Millman in here. I just want to say hello. Hey, Shah, I'll be here for a while, but it's Saturday night and my wife wants to get frisky. Hey, man, do not let me get in the way of that. Do not let me get in the way of that. You can always come back and watch this later. You can always come back and watch. You have my blessing, sir, on that one. I'll try to read a couple more before we get in there. Hey, Timmy, shout out to you. I always check in when you're live. Smart conversations and awesome issues regarding men's rights. Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate that. Vivian says there are a lot of boss bees with cheddar who, seems to be a word I've not seen before. Secure husbands. Secure. Because they have their own money and there is a subset of men who prefer those type of women, but they are perceived as simps. That's true. A lot of this goes into a discussion of masculinity. And, part of this whole kind of discussion about the dowry is in order to kind of push back on some of that because, a lot of these kind of alpha male gurus will be like, well, you ain't masculine if this and that. And it's like, I can get it to some sense, like if you're just trying to live off of somebody. But at the same time, if you're doing something and then you're kind of expecting a something in return, then you know what I mean? It's okay. It's okay to negotiate that way and try to get a fair deal out of this. That doesn't make you less of a man. You know what? Just going off that, I found an article of an American guy talking with the Greek guy. And the American guy is like surprised to learn about dowries. I'm just going to pull it up right now. The heck with it. Dowry. I got so many of these. It's not even funny. Oh, here we go. And then I got like 2 versions of one. Where the hell is part 1? Just a Second Legends. That's part 2. In Search of a Dowry. Ooh, that one's not pretty. How about full? Okay, here it is. I will get back to the chat. Real quick. Talut says, Shah, Andrew Wilson said Pearl is only descripting and he's prescribing, but I think there's no better prescription than gold pill strategies. I would say that is the bold venture of the gold pill. Red pill a lot of the times. I think red pill in its effort to create an armistice with tradcons relies solely on this. We're just doing a descriptive type thing. The praxeology, Rollo's praxeology. And by doing this, you're saying this is just, I think it's what he calls the Chilton Manual. This is supposed to be some kind of like, hey, the tradcons come in and say, you're telling men not to get married. That's bad. They'll say, no, it's a praxeology. Men learn about female nature, and then they decide what to do with it. The interesting thing about kind of what we're talking about here is that it does very much affect prescriptions, because it's looking at history and, you know, anthropological literature and these kinds of things, like these newspaper clippings, to basically look at, well, it's giving us a staging ground to criticize tradcon prescriptions and say, well, shouldn't it be this? So that is the interesting thing there. So let me just read this real quick. Okay, by the way, guys, I'm sorry, but this is going to be most of the night tonight. It's going to be a bunch of text on screen. It's not going to look pretty. I'll try to break it up. I know I probably warned you guys like 3 times in this last 20 minutes. But this is a paper from 1962, and it's called Man in Search of a Dowry by Art Buchwald. And so he's in Athens. And he says, Greece has many customs which appeal to us, the most attractive being the dowry system, where a man is presented with the gift of money or goods at the moment he marries a young lady. This money or gift is provided by the parents of the girl, who are very grateful to see her out of the house. The Greeks are one of the few peoples who still believe that a man's bachelorhood is his most precious possession. Okay, shout out to the Greek people over here. Hear that, folks? Your bachelorhood is your most precious possession, not to be given up lightly. And if he is willing to sacrifice himself to give it up, he should get paid for it. Okay, I mean, I can get behind this. The Greek mentality, which is so much more civilized than the American, says anybody can be a girl, but how many people can be a man? Okay, there's going to be some man glazing going on. Just fair warning to the ladies in the chat. You may want to put on some earmuffs for this next section. Man is wonderful. Man is good. Man is the most perfect human being on earth. He is giving up everything that is noble and fine when he agrees to marry something as imperfect as a woman. And while there isn't enough money in the world to pay for this great sacrifice, the Greek man must take whatever he can get. Thus, the dowry is an integral part of the Greek way of life. And these are the folks that gave us Plato, people. This is the cradle of Western civilization right here. just pointing this out. And it is sad that in the United States of America, where men are even more wonderful than they are in Greece, we throw our lives away on some woman without adequate compensation. Now, that sounds mean, but we have seen a lot of that going on. Now, I have another article that I'm going to read, and it's going to be hilarious. So, ladies, if you're mad now, you're going to be laughing later at some of the complete simpery that the American men are doing and how the women are extracting thousands of dollars. It sounds crazy, but I'm going to show you this. The reason we got to thinking about dowries is that it was just announced that Prince Juan of Spain is not only getting the hand of the beautiful Princess Sophia of Greece this May, but $300,000 in the form of a dowry is being delivered with her. The American mind boggles when he thinks what he could do with $300,000. We could invest in a new bowling alley, a drive-in theater, a laundromat service for a new neighborhood, a frozen food concession, or even a Howard Johnson restaurant franchise. Wow. I love how, like, men see, like, these American guys are seeing money and they're like, how can we create businesses for the community? You know, and it kind of harkens back to old, right? Because, like, you know, in that paper we were reading about 19th century Germany, a lot of a woman's dowry could be invested to set up like a trade shop for a young tradesman and help him with what he's going to be doing. And then he would thereby make money and provide for his family. And, you know, she'd be the stay-at-home mom. So this guy's trying to get a drive-in theater. I can get behind that. Our Greek friends were amazed when we told them that we had married a beautiful but destitute American girl from Warren, Pennsylvania. But didn't you even discuss the dowry with her family? Our friend Nicholas asked. He's just like, this is crazy talk. You didn't even ask her dad about a dowry? That's it, huh? All right. Well, I think once I brought up the sum of $300,000 with her mother, what did her mother say? She said, have a nice piece of apple pie. It's fresh out of the oven. So sounds like a That's a very American response right there. That sounds, I mean, I don't think it's Southern, but it sounds like a very bless your heart kind of way of answering that question. She was like, just take this apple pie, young man. You Americans will never learn, said George. Look at me. I am not as handsome as many Greeks, but I am not ugly, am I? No, you are not. My father owns ships. I have a British education. My uncle is a general. How much do you think I'm worth as a husband? This is a question I want all you gold pill men to ask yourselves. How much am I worth as a husband? And be honest about it. And it's okay. You know, it's not about lying to yourself. It's just whatever it is. And then whatever the deal is, you can start, you know, a negotiation from there. How much do you think I'm worth as a husband? It's hard to say. Well, we have already turned down these prospects. One Greek-American girl who was willing to pay $100,000. My third cousin whose father wanted to give me half ownership in a tanker. And a beautiful actress who has an apartment overlooking the Acropolis. My father feels, and I must agree with him, that since I am the only son, he can't throw me away for nothing. Hey, shout out to Dad. How much dowry could I demand if I lived in Greece? We asked our friends. There was an embarrassed silence. The trouble is, Nicholas said, that in Greece, newspaper men are not considered such good catches. Uh-oh. You better be coming with something. The father of a girl might be reluctant to negotiate with the newspaper man's father. But say he did, how much do you think I could get? Nicholas and George made some calculations on the tablecloth. George said, you could probably get, depending on whether your father was good at bargaining, a herd of sheep. Hey, man, sheep ain't cheap out here. You ever went to a farm to purchase an animal? It's not cheap. A herd of them? That's not bad. 4 blankets, probably made out of wool. A copper kettle, a donkey, and 2 large casks of olive oil. All right. All right. So this right here, I just thought this was a really fun article because it's showing this kind of confrontation between the American mind and the, you know, what's still going on in the rest of the world. And this is in the 60s. So this isn't that far away. Michael Sayin says, Shah, put up a poll if you would marry a fat chick with the large dowry. Oh, God. Okay, how about this? We'll cover the dowry by weight after this. All right, I'll put up the poll, and then I'll get straight to that story, and then we'll move back into Americans being super chivalrous. How about that? Mad Villainy, shout out to you. Marcus Gray, I see you in there. You're a legend. Pookie Tyrone, I love the username. Met a lot of Pookie Tyrones in my time. You know, child support. And, yeah, so let's put up the poll. Start a poll. Now, how can I raise, you know, instead of the F word, I'm going to use the word rotund. How about that? The word rotund. How about this? Would you marry a more, how shall we say, stout woman? A stout woman if for each pound over her dowry was larger? Okay, we'll do a yes, no. Simple. Okay. So, real quick, let me just pull this down. Sorry, guys, I got like 10 things on top of me. Okay, screw it. We're going to go straight to the... We're going to go straight over to the weight. Sorry, I'm not more organized, guys. It's just been, and ladies, it's been hell of a day. Okay. All right, here we go. This is the Lafayette Morning Journal and Weekly Edition. This is 1905. Marriage portions. Many novel cases are recorded. One German father dowered his daughter on the wedding morn with her weight in silver. Shout out to you, Michael Sayin. As soon as you said silver, I thought of you. Honorable mention to the silver pill, coined by Michael Sayin. I will catch up with the chat. In Peru, the bride's dowry is measured by her own weight, but it consists of sugar. And sugar's probably a big commodity back then over there, you know, with the sugar mills and things. Okay, New York, October 19th. Among novel marriage, I know what a lot of you guys are thinking. You're like, I will marry her and get the dowry, and then I will immediately put her on a diet after the marriage. Like, that's the plan. The plan is you get the dowry in hand, and then we're going on a 6 month to a year. I mean, we're running 5Ks, We're practicing for the marathon. We're going paleo. We're doing whatever the hell it takes. And then you're going to get the big dowry and everything else will even out. Among novel marriage portions, that with which Herr Duhatschek, a native of Königgrätz, dowered his daughter must find place. Her weight in silver was the promised dowry. Okay, weight in silver, you say. So on the wedding morn, before proceeding to church, she was weighed in the drawing room before the assembled guests. Dang, you had witnesses too. My God. The scales registered 62 kilograms, a weight which brought the lucky bride a sack of 13,500 silver coins. Okay, somebody made out big there. Similar instances of a bride's dowry being in direct ratio to her corporeal avoirdupois, I don't know if I've even pronounced that right. Forgive me, French folk, are on record. Sometime back, a citizen of Huntington, Connecticut. All right, that's going to be us Americans over here, folks. We ain't going to be able to live this down. Who possessed the daughter of the abnormal weight of 400 pounds. Man, 400 pounds back in the early 1900s. Like, you had to really try. You had to really try to be that overweight back then. I mean, nowadays, we got 70% of the population overweight, and we don't got a dowry for as far as the eye can see. But, damn. Hold on, let me just look at the... When was this written again? 1905, 400 pounds. I mean, damn, you can get the dowry and then put her in the circus show and get a ton more money. That seems so freaking crazy. All right, sorry. Anyways, let's move on. Who possessed the daughter of the abnormal weight of 400 pounds, agreed to bestow upon her a portion of $5 for every pound she weighed. And you guys know how much $5 was back then? A soda used to be a nickel. This offer brought forward a bold suitor in the person of a Mr. Meringue, who gallantly led his weighty and well-dowered bride to the altar. In Peru, too, the bride's dowry consists of her own weight, not in gold or in silver, but in sugar. Gives new meaning to the word sugar mama. Weight, too, influenced Mr. Bat. A prosperous English tradesman, when he informed his daughter that, as he admired big men, her dowry should be graduated by the excess of her husband's bodily weight above her own. That would have gave her more reason to lose weight, so the gap would have been different. This excess to be calculated in gold. The day previous to the wedding, the parties went to scale, and that the husband was a man after his father-in-law's heart can be assumed from the fact that he received with her more than $20,000. In Old Lancashire, England paper gives an amusing account of a small farmer who agreed to give his daughter for a marriage portion as many guineas as she could walk miles in a day. The feat came off in the neighborhood of Manchester, and the sturdy lass tramped more than 70 miles. Wow. It's a lot of tramping. When, however, the time for settlement arrived, it was discovered that the father was not worth as many shillings as he should have paid guineas. Uh-oh. Whereupon a subscription was opened by the neighboring gentry, who admired the girl's pluck, and an amount was collected that amply compensated her for her exertion. A wealthy London solicitor whose daughter had received an expensive education promised on her becoming engaged to give her 50 times the amount she could earn in a year by her own exertions. Although she found that her expensively acquired accomplishments were more or less a drug in the market, she managed, by giving music and drawing lessons, to earn sufficient to entitle her to receive on her marriage the handsome sum of $25,000. Another father, who had but small faith in his prospective son-in-law's industry, agreed to give his daughter on her marriage an amount corresponding to that which the bridegroom should make in the course of 12 months. He had, however, counted without his host, for the young man, chancing to obtain some good stock exchange and information, tabled a sum that the other could only cover on his daughter's sweetheart, agreeing to advance the deficit. On receiving a very handsome tip from a customer, a waiter at a fashionable London restaurant begged to thank the giver and his daughter. This will be the last paragraph I read of this. The reason I brought up this article was because of the overweight story, which was kind of funny. At a fashionable London restaurant begged to thank the giver in his daughter's name, and upon being asked for an explanation, said that he had agreed to bestow upon her as a wedding portion an amount equivalent to the tips he should receive in a year. On On the gentleman subsequently making inquiries, he was told by the waiter that his daughter's dote had worked out at more than 700. Okay. Let's see what this poll says. Well, actually, I have one more on a daughter's weight, and this one is supplied by Peter Wright. Peter Wright gave me this one. Shout out to Peter Wright. Dowry by weight. The American parents who are accused of unnatural conduct in selling their daughters for a title are simple folks compared with the more businesslike citizen of Berlin, who has announced his intention of disposing of his daughters by weight. In the East, and with many of the uncivilized races, the fatter the maiden, the more she is sought after. But this rule is generally reversed amongst Western nations. And the father announced that he would give each of his 5 daughters a dowry proportionate to their weight on their wedding day. This soon brought suitors, and one being accepted, he was introduced to the family. After a week, he chose the stoutest of the 5. Man, so he went for the biggest girl. He was like, hell no, I'm getting the biggest dowry I can. Get over here. To whom he was married the other day, and the lady, weighing 17 stone. God, I gotta look up what a stone is. Received the largest dowry. Is a stone $20? I can't even, not $20, 20 pounds. I can't even remember. Just a second. How much is a stone in weight? This can't be the 400-pound woman. Okay, 14 pounds. Let me pull out my calculator. 14 times, was that 17? 238 pounds. I mean, that's still pretty big for back then, but nowhere near 400 pounds. So the American woman, we Americans really know how to do something about that. Let me end this poll real quick. All right. Let me pull that back up. American woman, stay away from me. Okay. So 63% of you guys said yes. Okay. Man, I appreciate the honesty in this chat. 63% of you guys would. Okay. Hey, man, I get it. You know, I get it. You guys are, we have a chat full of people that give more weight to practical considerations than, you know, just what the eye sees. Hit the like button. Thank you, Pookie Tyrone. We appreciate you. I'll try to read some of these before I get to the next one. I just learned from Mr. Peter that the dowry was the deal sweetener for a man to give up on his bachelorhood and become monogamous. Well, we just read that in the Greek article, but yeah, that really is what it is. That's definitely true. Pookie Tyrone says, I got a JUCO coming over in an hour. 4'11", 110 pounds. Cotman, shout out to you. Hey, man, fair deal out here. 4'11", 110 pounds. A 9 out of 10. 250, you know, man, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. They call them student loans back in, man. People need money out here. Or as Coach Greg Adams says, folks need a bind fixed. What's up, Shah? Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm having a great weekend. I cannot complain. I appreciate all the folks over here. Mad Villainy says the return of the dowry isn't going back. It can be moving forward. Absolutely. Or Chubby, I can deal with larger. I just can't deal with ugly. There you go. Or ugly. Oh, man. I apologize to the ladies today. We're being tough on the ladies. Talut Bora says weight can be lost. Virginity can't be returned. Your dowry is my right.
Oh, dowry. It's my right.
Hi, Elena. Shout out to you. Thanks for being here. 62 kilograms is 136 pounds. I do know a kilogram is about 2.2 pounds, I believe. So that sounds about right. Thank you for that. Robert Spencer. Hey, Robert. Thank you for being here, sir. That must have been a hormone problem or something. They hadn't invented. Yeah, that's what I don't get either. I mean, I don't think you hear about people getting that overweight back then. Yeah, there must have been something going on there. I don't know what it is. 136 pounds of gold is 34,616,000 in today's gold price. Oh my. Was that silver or gold? I'll have to check that one out. Okay, well, guys, so we're gonna move into some more of the American articles, and just to give you like a brief overview, basically, you know, you remember from our last discussion how England, you know, we started out in England in the 1700s. we know romantic chivalry is starting to encroach. You know what I'm saying? As far as become democratized. Romantic chivalry is a lot older, but it starts to become democratized. You know, industrialization, the printing press, all these things, changes in culture. And as we went from 1700 to the 1900s, we saw this move away from dowry to where even the French are looking over and they're like, wow, English women, English daughters don't have dowries from their parents. And they're having a debate over there in England about, you know, this dowry system. The U.S. being largely influenced by England, and I think also kind of experiencing a similar growth soon after, you can say, like, in colonial times, there was more dowries, and there was even some dowries after. But you see that it's kind of like unique in American culture that they're like chivalry on steroids. We're going to read about some big simping tonight. We got published love letters in the newspaper made to completely embarrass guys, and it's going to be hilarious. But we have these same discussions here in American newspapers about dowries and whether or not they're good. And you also have stories about some women are having these huge dowries, and you have this problem of American women who are taking a lot of money with them as dowries, and they're marrying noble guys in Europe. So much so that Congress began coming up with bills to say, listen, if you're going to do this, we're going to tax your dowries because you're taking a lot of American wealth out of America and you're basically handing it over to Europe. So we're going to start there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get into some articles written by some American ladies. I also have this other article. It might be kind of long and boring, fair warning, but it's about this guy and he's interviewing a bunch of ladies in Washington, D.C. So he's interviewing wives of senators. I think he wanted to interview the vice president's wife. I think he talked to her, heard something from her. And he's asking them, what do you think about American girls getting a dowry? So that one we might have to slog through a bit. I got a paper on that. And depending on how far we go, we might get into a paper about the Pope handing out some dowries. That's, unrelated to America, but I thought it's interesting. Peter Wright gave me that. And then we'll talk about maybe Greece and the feminists going after the dowry system in Greece and about what they're saying there. Well, we're definitely going to encounter some feminism here, even on the U.S. side. But that is kind of the itinerary for today. So that's where we're going. This is very loosely organized. But it's going to be a lot of text on screen. So real quick, let me just catch up with the chat one more time and then we'll get it moving. Okay. Vivian says, I want to know if men would take a woman with the dowry and student loan debt over a woman with no dowry and no debt from loans or credit cards. Okay. So a woman with the dowry, but she has student loan debt over a woman with no dowry and no debt. I'll be, you know what? We'll make that a poll for you. Why not do that? Let's see. Which is better? And I'll go ahead and change this. How do you, woman with student loans, man, the student loans is a big negative and a dowry. Or what was the second one? A woman with no dowry. Woman with no dowry and no debt. No debt. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's written well. Let's go and start the poll on that. Must contain between 1 and 35. Damn it. Okay, how about this? Lady. I'll just use lady instead of woman. Lady with. Oh, damn it. Why is it so long? Okay, there we go. Whatever. It's kind of half written. I'm sorry. I'll be honest. That's a tough choice. Because the thing is her, the debt people bring into a marriage, even though it's not your debt, it's her debt from prior to the marriage union. It's still going to affect your guys' lifestyle, right? Because ideally, payments are being made to the debt, right? You don't want it to just grow. So that's going to affect your guys' lifestyle for a bit. I would say the weird thing about the question is that typically it's like a woman's dowry nowadays is pretty much her investment in a college education, you can say. Like if her parents are paying for that, you could say that's like her pseudo dowry fund right there. So it's like if she has student loans and a dowry, it would be interesting that she had it separate, and then it would depend on the amounts, but that's a fun question. What's the net, Vivian? Yeah, important. Don't marry women in debt, says Michael saying. Average student loans around 60K. I think the last time I checked, let's say mom and dad only had 40K for dowry. I'd hate to say that like my first instinct would be to instantly use the money to pay off the debt. You know, I'd be like, oh, damn. All right, just put the dowry money in the debt. You know what I'm saying? I guess if she's working and it's a decent income, then that could work, you know? So yeah, that's an interesting consideration. Oh, hi, Angela Maxwell. We were just reading your comment. Shout out to you. We read your comment earlier. I appreciate that. Angela says if she has a dowry, she doesn't have student loan debt. I guarantee. Yeah. Her family probably would have been more apportioned for, you know, or like not apportioned, but just, I don't even know what word to use. They probably would have had the foresight to look at a lot of the stuff. If student loan debt gonna make a big cut into the dowry, I'll figure it out with the debt-free girl. All other things being equal, I'm tempted to do that too. How do you figure? Dowry girls skip college, no safety net for the woman's income if the husband dies because no work history, still a bad move. Yeah, I just mean that if she wouldn't have the dowry also, so it would just go to pay her college. That's how I would look at it. So yeah. I mean, that's like an anti-dowry. That's an obligation. I'll take the one with no dowry but no debts, but she has to bring 50% of income. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be it. So if she's, you know, contributing in other ways, that's cool. Okay, real quick. So just to get into this discussion about women, American women with big dowries leaving the U.S., the drain of the dowries, and this is from 1907, Jersey Times, and also British press. Looks like it went on both. Various estimates have been made of the fortunes which American brides of foreigners have taken out of the United States. Some authorities put the figures much higher, but at the lowest estimate, they must have amounted altogether to over 50 million pounds during recent years. And a New York paper suggests that this accounts partly for the remarkable scarcity of money that is making itself felt in America. It is the carrying out of the country of enormous dowries that is held partly to blame. These have come chiefly from the Vanderbilts. These are these big industrialist folks. The McKays, the Golds, the Golettes, and the Laters. But over and above the huge contributions from these families, about a score of American heiresses are mentioned as having married and gone to reside abroad, with fortunes from 1 million pounds to 2 million pounds during the past 10 or 12 years. So, okay, that's interesting. So they're noticing that. Here comes the tax. And this is not a clear photo, folks. I'm sorry. Believing that the bestowal of great American fortunes upon foreign noblemen by their marriage with American women involves an economic waste, which ought not to go unchecked, a member of Congress in the United States has framed a bill providing for an export tax on dowries. And as regards all dowries over 20,000 pounds, a home tax as well. It is doubtful whether the home tax will be passed because in many cases, the prospective husband does not possess sufficient funds to pay the duty, and so the burden would fall upon the father-in-law. It is doubtful, according to some authorities interviewed, says the Daily Telegraph, whether the export tax will affect the number of international marriages. American heiresses and their mothers are really the responsible parties. Dang, they're mad at the moms too? Because they seem to encourage European suitors and native rivals are usually handicapped. Oh, so the American guys are getting mad here because no matter how rich they may be, they are generally too busy getting still richer to spare much time for courtship. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, and I think we had one more. Let me see if I could find that real quick. The one that mentions American woman. Stay away from me. Oh, that's another one. There was one that discusses it. Oh, I think that might have been my own that I found. Crap. Okay. I think I know where that is. Well, I'm losing it right now. Sorry about that. Let me see. I'll look for it. I'll only take a wife if she works from home, home-based business, like a remote job. All right, let's see what we got in the poll. I think it's been a while. Vivian says, looking at modern parents who don't help their kids find spouses and other bad decision making, I can make a case for the dowry with debt scenario. I think it probably depends on how the numbers break up, because, you know, I think a lot of us are used to hearing these nightmare cases about student loans. I was watching a video actually today, and some of these people had like $200,000 in debt, you know, or like $130,000, and they're paying like the interest on, they're paying the minimum monthly payments, and it's growing, you know. So there's a lot of nightmare stories, but like a $40,000 debt's probably not horrible, you know. 60,000 is probably not terrible. Buried lead, foreigners used to want American women. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Vivian says, a lady recently told me she made hope chests for her girls so they would have the basics to move out on their own when they turned 18. Marriage never on the table. That's interesting. I mean, I have another article here today that actually talks about, it talks about what families used to do. And like, I mean, they would make all the linens and stuff for the house and things like that. And they would put it in the chest. I mean, I think it was called a trousseau. And then there'd also be some other dowry amount and something like that. Gosh, I can't find the exact one that talks about Congress. Really messing up here. Or did I read that one already? Nope. Well, oh yeah, I did read that one. Crap. That's right here. So it was so... Believing that the bestowal of great American fortunes upon foreign noblemen by their marriage with American women involves an economic waste, which ought not to go unchecked, a member of Congress in the United States has framed a bill providing for the export tax. So yeah, that was the Congress. So it became so bad that like Congress had to get freaking involved, and it was just like too much freaking money was going out. And so that's interesting. So we know dowries were happening in the US. But at the same time, some people are doing dowries. Some people are really buying into the romantic love thing. And, you know, I've talked about this on the channel before, but like as soon as the American Revolution happens, like right after that, divorce is legal in the US, right? They start, I mean, back then it was still harder. You had to go to your local legislature and they'd have to hear it. But they at-fault divorce, and the system that kind of gave us our at-fault divorce laws started to be a thing. You know, when they broke away from the English, it wasn't just annulments anymore. So chivalry and romantic love's kind of being a thing. And we're going to read articles today about women having 4 or 5 suitors at a time. There's a lot here. I've been thick into it. So I know I've been making some big promises here. I'm just trying to make, I want to read, before we get back into that, I want to go to Peter Wright's website. And he has an article on here, and it's about American chivalry. This was posted in 2022. And I want to read this just because it's showing, like, it's like if you think the English are big into romantic love and the chivalry, like Americans have to like one up everything the English do just because, you know, we beat the English, right? So it's like, well, we're even better at that too. So here's the article here, and here it is written in text, but I'll read it here. It says, American chivalry. I am convinced that a lady, no matter what her age and attractions might be, could journey through the whole extent of the Union, not only without experiencing a single annoyance, but aided in every possible way with unobtrusive civility. Indeed, great numbers of, I don't even know how to say this, Sophonisbas and Almiras do travel about, protected only by the chivalry of their countrymen and their own undoubted propriety. To them, the best seats, the best of everything are always allotted. So now we're going to hear about a story about an English guy who came to the US and went to an opera house. And he bought a very expensive seat. And a lady walked in and a bunch of American guys were like, you should give your seat to the lady. And he's like, no, I paid for this seat. And hilarity ensues. A friend of mine told me of a little affair at New York Theater the other night, illustrative of my assertion. A stiff-necked Englishman had engaged a front place, and of course the best corner. When the curtain rose, he was duly seated, opera glass in hand, to enjoy the performance. A lady and gentleman came into the box shortly afterwards. The cavalier and escort, seeing that the place where our friend sat was the best, called his attention saying, "The lady, sir," and motioned that the corner should be vacated. The possessor, partly because he disliked the imperative mood, and partly because it bored him to be disturbed, refused. Some words ensued, which attracted the attention of the sovereign people in the pit, who magisterially inquired what was the matter. The American came to the front of the box and said, "There is an Englishman here who will not give up his place to a lady." Immediately, their majesties swarmed up by dozens over the barrier, seized the offender, very gently though, and carried him to the entrance. He kicked, cursed, and fought all in vain. He excited neither the pity nor the anger of his stern executioners. They placed him carefully on his feet again at the steps, one man handing him his hat, another his opera glass, and a third the price he had paid for his ticket of admission. Then quietly shut the door upon him and returned to their places. The shade of the departed Judge Lynch must have rejoiced at such an angelic administration. So just wanted to read that just to show, the simponing is happening, right? The simponing is coming in close. And it's getting kind of like it starts to be a very American thing. Okay. Okay, so after this, I'm gonna look at the chat, then we're gonna get to our first long article. And it's gonna be funny. Elena says, "I'm not surprised to hear that she is setting up her daughters as being strong and independent with their own money. This won't end well for them." Angela Maxwell says, "Proverbs 31 talks about what an excellent wife looks like." I have read that before, and it does talk about them engaging in different types of business, which is interesting. Vivian Venetia says, "Each girl got a microwave and kitchen stuff, random stuff for an apartment, no money for college, and parental alienation from their father. No bueno." Well, that's unfortunate. Proverbs 31 woman for sure. All women think they are Proverbs 31. Just ask them. Toulouse says, "Yes, a virtuous woman provides." Okay, I like this newspaper page. I think it's a pretty cool picture. And this one says, "Sweet young things and old fools." This is 1919, okay? And we're going to learn about why it's not a good idea to write down lovey-dovey things in letters. It's the same reason you shouldn't put things in text. Because when it's over, those texts still exist, and then they come out in court, and then it becomes public, and then everybody reacts to it. And I thought that was new. It's not new. It's been happening, and we're going to read it here. Okay. The good old method whereby women got rich quick, the breach of promise suit, seems to be passing away. Now that women have the vote as men have it and insist upon an equality in economic life, it may be that the breach of promise laws will be wiped out. Or at least permitted to fall into Mr. Cleveland's famous state of innocuous desuetude. So what's interesting about this, and what a lot of people don't think about, is back in the day, like when they did actual marriage contracts, you had this thing called the marriage settlement. And the marriage settlement detailed, the dowry and the assets and what the guy's bringing and what she's bringing and her parents and probably whatever the deal was all in the marriage settlement. We don't do marriage settlements anymore. We have, the marriage license. Yo, welcome in, Nick. It's great to see you, man. And what we have now is only divorce settlement. So if you've ever read a dissolution judgment, a divorce judgment, sometimes what you'll see attached to it is the divorce settlement. Okay. But it surprised me to learn about marriage settlements. And what this article kind of talks about is that settlements and breaches of promise and stuff are still in American law because it derives from English common law. And there used to be lawsuits regarding promises that were made for marriage. Like if you guys got engaged or something like that, maybe funds would have started to get dispersed. And if one person broke this thing, it would lead to a lawsuit. Now, they were kind of moving away from that in the US because the culture's changing. But there were still some notable cases of this sort of breach of promise, and you will see. And this is where the love letters come in. Yet to date, there have been hundreds of thousands of breach of promise suits from which women who claim to have been injured by man's duplicity and their own worse than weakness have realized comfortable little sums as balm to injured feelings and wounded hearts. At the same time, the breach of promise suit has never been a real American institution. It is of European origin. There were good reasons for the breach of promise suit in Europe. Their engagements to marry are matters of moment. So this is kind of showing how far away Americans are from this kind of old way of doing things. So that's why this is important. Dowry, essential feature of European marriage. A young lady of any pretense to the social standing, which is the backbone of European life, is not supposed to know a young man to allow a young man to call upon her, unless she is engaged to him. Once engaged, she is as good as married. All other young men yield her to her fiancé, and preparations are made for marriage. Contracts must be signed, sealed, and delivered. So this is the marriage contract, right? This is what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. This isn't, we think of proposal, we think of this. That's not what it is. It's actual deals on the table. Most European girls must have portions, dots, dowries. It is the custom there, if a young man should seek a lady for herself alone, not ask as large a dowry as he thought he could extract from parents exceedingly desirous of seeing their daughter settled in life. Her father would regard him with suspicion and as a silly chap. So if the guy's like, I don't need a dowry, I love her, her own father would be like, I don't even think this guy would make a good husband for my daughter. Like, something's wrong with this dude. He himself, the father, or his father, has seen to it that he got a handsome portion with the girl's mother. Any chap who would be so foolish as to marry a girl and not ask for a dowry would probably be unfitted to be a sound, steady husband. So they would say this guy's got like a few screws loose in his brain, basically. There is a story told of a young Irishman who made a great fortune in America and who returned to Ireland to live, bought a great property, country house, etc., and then sought the hand of a girl he rather fancied. When her father became aware of the extent of his would-be son-in-law's wealth, he at first refused the young man's request. Look, even the dad is like, dude, you're too rich. Like, this is I don't know. This looks like a unfair deal for you. Like, I'm not trying to be all hypergamous with you, man. Are you sure about that? Mr. O, I am sorry, but I cannot accept you as a suitor for my daughter, said the father. Any objection to my personality or to my character? Asked the young man. None whatever, said the father, but I cannot give my daughter a portion commensurate to the condition in which you propose to maintain her. So he's like, listen, I'm trying to be an honorable dad here, and the fact is I can't afford a dowry of a man of your stature. So it's really best that this doesn't happen. Sir, said the young man, who had become imbibed with American ideas. This part's important, right? This is telling us American culture is going deep into romantic love here, basically. I asked you for a wife, not a portion. Staggered, somewhat suspicious of the young man's sanity, the father gave his consent. So great is the prejudice in favor of dowries in Europe that they regard what few love marriages do take place without dowry as with regret. Love marriages, they say in Europe, never turn out well. I mean, I think we got plenty of, wreckage out here to be able to say that that's probably true. I think it is. In so much as love or passion does change and fade and pass away and goes out of the window when want comes in at the door. Few young men are independent of their parents. The Europeans are probably right. When a man and a woman have property interests in common, they are inclined to stick together. At least they are disinclined to separate. Yeah, because they both have skin in the game. It must not be assumed that the girl who brings her husband a dowry turns it over to him without recourse. Not at all. Marrying is a good bit of business in Europe. If a girl can show a dowry, a man must show commensurate property or its equivalent. See that? This is the check on hypergamy right here. This is our endogamy. This is our economic endogamy, folks. Settlements must be made upon the wife. True, the man does get the cash or the use of her property, but in the case of his death or of separation, the dowry or its equivalent reverts to the wife. And that makes sense because the dowry is the wife's property. In marriage, you two are becoming a union, so it's attractive to have a wife who has these good assets coming with her. In case of her death, her portion or her settlement received from her husband reverts to him or to her children. And a lot of time it goes to the children. That's really because that's them inheriting from their mother, basically. In so much as marriage is so much of a business in Europe, in so much as a young man must first ask the consent of the parents to call upon their daughter, announce his intentions, as they call it, as the girl is marked engaged, as she is supposed to have committed herself to this man. As the parents may have made tentative settlements, a refusal to carry out his part of the contract is a very serious thing. So this is how you get the breach of promise suit. There is no doubt that the fact that a girl had been jilted after her engagement had been publicly or tacitly announced does her very great injury. This kind of makes sense to me. I mean, if so you're engaged, everybody knows you're engaged, and then you pull off the engagement, it could cause a stir amongst the society. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I wonder why that engagement got pulled off. That could be an injury to people's reputations, you know, for whatever reason that is. Parents find the jilting of a daughter a very serious matter. So the breach of promise suit and heavy damages is indigenous to Europe. Okay. As the English law is the basis of American law, the breach of promise suit found its way into the United States. There is no doubt that conditions in the early colonial days were much the same in America as in England. Dowries were happening, you know, all the time there. The same in America, hence a breach of promise was a very serious offense for a young man to commit and was punished by heavy damages. In the last 50 years, since American girls have become independent and have not, as a rule, demanded formal engagements, as portions, dowries, dots have no place in the American Code of Marriage, breach of promise suits have been less frequent. Though breaches of promise, such as they may have been, have very probably become more numerous. Okay, so we're going to get into the extortion suits here real soon. She was deemed a poor sort of a girl some years ago who was not engaged to at least 3 men at the same time. Oh my God. If one of them defaulted, it is not likely that the girl was going to make much of a row about it. Probably her parents did not know that she was engaged to any of the young men. See, so we're learning about the American way right now. The American way is you go out there, you get like 4 or 5 guys on the line, you're engaged, whatever that means. There's really no money involved, but you're dating, you know what I'm saying? So if one of them drops off, then so be it. And if they did, they probably disapproved. Then the American girl is active and has abounding faith in her ability to win another. Man, American girls are notorious out here. Other and better homes for herself than the one she lost. Most of the men sued for breach of promise are beyond the age of puppy love. Rarely do we find a man under 30 sued for breach of promise. Most of the defendants in breach of promise suits are over 40, many of them over 60. The second blooming, the second boyhood, which probably comes before the second childhood, between the ages of 60 and 70 is the halcyon period of the breach of promise suit. The well-to-do single man over 50 is a favorite mark. All right, see this? We're going to learn about suckers here, all right? Is the favorite mark for the lady who sues for breach of promise. So this is kind of like a false allegation deal here. And what you have is this money-making scheme, and lawyers are in on this too. So they're like, hey, listen, there's technically a law on the books that goes to English common law that you can sue if they break it off with you. Not long ago, an Irish-born girl got heavy damages in New York from a suitor who was over 70. The girl was a dashing beauty of 24 or 25. So this is going to be the proto-sugar babies, guys. This is your proto-sugar baby. All right? This is the 24-year-old woman, and she's looking for a 70-year-old guy with money. And, you know, what Coach likes to say about people who think they're getting it for free, and then he paid on the back end. She had been but a few months in the United States. The old man who died soon after paying $250,000 in damages was in his dotage. Oh my God. So this Irish woman came here. She's 24. She looks fantastic. She found this 70-year-old, you know, simp kind of guy, all about the chivalry. And she made it happen for herself. Just the same, the girl showed scores of high-powered missives from the ancient Romeo. So this guy was giving her a bunch of love letters, and she used them all as evidence in court to say, hey, these are all the things he promised me. I was led on. I want to sue for damages. And her beauty and modesty of demeanor were so great that a jury awarded her enormous damages. She took the money, went back to Ireland, and married the young man of her choice. So she got $250,000 from some sucker over here, and she used that as a dowry to marry a young Irish Chad. Shout out to that guy, I guess. The girls of the Irish countryside, where she settled down, who had to have portions to get a husband, heard the story and were surer than ever that great pots of gold were to be picked up the moment one got off the steamer at the pier of New York. So all these ladies hear this legendary tale, and they're like, oh, we got to get after this. This is going to be your gold digger right here. Truly, the success of the young Irish beauty who left her native land penniless and in a few months returned with $250,000 was enough to turn the heads of the gold seekers. And what properly balanced young woman does not dream of the lover of her dreams in a pot of gold at the foot of the rainbow. When one reads the letters written by gay old birds, hold on a second.
Oh, no, not the rainbow version. Never mind, that says rainbow.
When one reads the letters written by gay old birds, happy old guys, okay, by otherwise staid and even crafty men to the women who sue them, one feels that the girls should not the writers, punished for indicting such slush-mush gush. Some cynic has said that when a man's in love, he is a fool. This is this reminds me of Coach again, because Coach will say men are in love, women are in business. This is a men are in love, women are in business thing right here. Like if I ever heard of one. Some cynic has said that when a man's in love, he is a fool and writes himself down one. There is no doubt that most of us who write have at one or another time written ourselves down fools. Few of us who have written love letters have failed to recognize ourselves in the letters printed in newspapers during breach of promise suits, that the readers may laugh themselves sick at them. So we're going to read the love letters, all right? We're going to go in there. But it's very similar to today. And come on, guys, let's all admit it. You've been there at least once in your life. I'm going to put a poll up right now, so it's anonymous. Have you ever sent a text you regret, showcasing big? I don't know if I could write that, but be honest. Okay, I'm gonna start that poll. I'll be on. No, I mean, I don't think it was as bad as some of the letters I've seen. We're about to read now, but there's stuff I'm certainly embarrassed about that exists somewhere in between two chats of her and I that, you never know. Anyways, that the readers may laugh themselves sick at them. Men in love fool and writes himself down one. Okay, here we go. Few men who have written of love to women, God help the man who has not, but have seen their own letters in those printed during the progress of a breach of promise case. Okay, so this gets filed in court. The local paper's looking at this lawsuit, and they're like, wow, a breach of promise case. They order all the documents. The evidence that's put from her lawyer are these handwritten letters that, Romeo gave her. And then the newspaper's like, this is some juicy gossip right here. We're posting this. This is funny. Man, anytime you look back at some of the crap you've written to women and you thought you were putting some game out there, that you were being smooth, it always, Coach has covered so many guys in suits like this, and then they'll show text messages, or the text messages get public, and it always comes off super cringe. It never looks cool. Not even just about looking cool. It's beyond not looking cool. It doesn't even look respectable. It's always embarrassing. You know what I mean? If anything, that could be evidence in itself that romance is maladaptive. Anyways, yet we have all laughed at the slush and said that the fool, he should be soaked for writing such mush. We should know we wrote it, or we will write it someday ourselves. For the fact that your nearest and dearest pal has been booked and shown up in a breach of promise case carries with it no security for you. There are plenty of men who have read and said, I did not think old Jim was such a silly ass. Man, this freaking thing, when was this written? This was written in this is over 100. We got over 100-year-old simping going on right now. Robert Fetzer says, I always assumed the dude was drunk. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Where'd I leave off? The silly ass. Oh, God. I lost it. This always happens to me. Oh, here we go. Silly ass. And a year or two afterwards saw their own slush in the newspapers. Almost all of our American breach of promise cases result in the publication of these slush letters. That's what they were calling it back then. Yo, Panda Bea, welcome in. The coldest, cleverest, most businesslike, methodical, and restrained of men write the most astonishingly absurd and gushy love letters. Yo, this is one of the biggest thing. You know, red pill manosphere guys are like, men are illogical, men are this. But honestly, you know, like, the Achilles heel of a guy is putting a beautiful woman in front of him, and the stupidest thing comes out. You know, now, one thing that the red pill says is good, and in the early days of the red pill, what they would say is text messages are only for logistics. Do not be in there. Do not be in the text messages pouring your heart out. I mean, hell, you probably really shouldn't even be doing that at all, but especially not in the text messages. They can and probably will be used against you. Okay. The coldest, cleverest, most businesslike, methodical, and restrained of men write the most astonishingly absurd and gushy love letters. The middle-aged widower or divorcee who is paying alimony gushes after a fashion that a 14-year-old schoolboy with his first case of puppy love would be ashamed to indict. The boy is wise and a bit ashamed. He takes a slate and writes, Rosie Reach is a peach, gives her a glimpse of the magic phrase, and forthwith erases it with a healthy expectoration and much rubbing of cuff. He does not permit what he writes to endure. That's some good advice right there. The middle-aged man not only writes it, he permits it to endure. He even is so foolish as to stick it into an envelope. He will even address the envelope to a lady to whom he should be particularly not to address it. He will even make such a jolly jack of himself as to thrust the addressed envelope into a mailbox. He may then kiss a good portion of his bank account a fond goodbye. Mushy letter stowed away for future experience. Within a few hours, she has that mushy, gushy, slushy, everything but hushy letter in a safety deposit box. See, she gets the letter and she holds on to that. When Coach Greg Adams says that they screenshot everything, this is the 106-year-old version of screenshotting all the crap you're sending over to her. This is a warning of warnings right here. Okay? So she's putting it in the safety deposit box. She's like, I'm using it. This guy's a sucker. Where it will remain until her lawyer asks for it. Uh-oh. Men, mature men, men who have scored decided successes in various walks of life have put their names at the bottom of silly love letters. How is this for a sample of a letter written by a head of a great chain of stores dealing in women's apparel? So this guy is a big businessman. Oh, that's good water. So this is what he says. My ownest own hippity pippity poppet. Does her love own her oozy woozy twosies this morning? Him has been very bad boy in being naughty and going out of town on business when if he had hisum's own way. Hey, this is a 100-year-old game speaking. He would be with his hippity pippity poppet all the time. Old oozy woozy toesy. I can't believe I'm reading this on stream. Can hardly wait until he can kiss her little toosy woozy oozy of handsy wansy dansies. I'm going to start using woozy oozy as a euphemism for something else. That and about 80 more like it cost oozy woozy toosy $18,000. His best friend said that he should have been willing to pay 10 times that sum to keep such stuff out of the papers. Most of us will agree with his friends. And 100 years ago, $18,000 was a lot of money. So this guy wrote these embarrassing letters to her. She gave it to her lawyer, created a breach of promise suit, and the judge was like, you need to pay $18,000, and he got publicly shamed. Now, let's go to the college professor. Here is a part of a letter written by a famous professor of sociology at a great university to a love pirate. Hey, look, they called them love pirate. That's what Coach calls apex predators. They were calling them love pirates back then. Darlingest white lady of all the world. Okay, I wish I had Coach's where the white women at sound effect. Shout out to Coach. Your unworthy little boy. There seems to be this kind of thing of like infantilization. It's like, it's another thing that kind of shows that like romantic love simping is like maladaptive, because it like the man goes into this little boy perspective and it's just like, hi, mommy. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Your unworthy little boy deplores his utter worthiness to kiss your little adored feet. But he missed you last night, and the first thing this blessed morning, he is sending you 1 million hugs and kisses. He is very miserable little boy and will not be happy until he sees his beautiful white rose bush, which he hopes will be this evening at 8. Several score letters, dang, he's writing letters all day, all worse than the above, cost the eminent student and lecturer on the science of human behavior $7,000 and would probably have cost him more was it not for the fact that even famous college professors are rarely ever rich. Well, that sucks. The author of the appended gem of purest mush serene was, and probably still is, one of the ablest corporation organizers in the world. So this guy's like a CEO of something. Or, you know, some type of corporate dude. Peaches and cream. If all the flowers in all the world were placed in one field and each flower represented a woman, there would be one flower that obscured all the rest, and that flower would represent you, Peaches. Peaches, when she turned up on the witness stand, was a henna blonde and admitted to 3 former husbands. Damn, she was married 3 times? Wow. As well as several temporary alliances. I think that's probably what they called casual dating back then. I'll look at the chat soon, guys. Sorry. Wow. In the course of some 35 years, her mature and successful lover was rich indeed, but henny blondes of 35 do not appeal to American jurymen. And all she got was $17,500. This is another thing right here. Also, like how beautiful the woman is like swaying the jury. So not only is like the guy getting screwed on an individual level, she's walking into court and she's gaming the court. American woman, stay away from me. See, now I understand the song, which was quite a price to pay for writing letters like the one printed here and above to a henna blonde. Okay, I think this is the last one. It's the last one. Here is a letter written by a man rated as one of the keenest all-around fellows to be found in New York. He is a successful businessman, a thorough man of the world, knows his way about the stage doors and the lobster palaces, has made his pile and seen many of his friends gouged by women. Yet when his time came, he fell, and this is what he put on paper. Oh my God. So he saw his buddies get screwed over. This guy is shrewd. And even his thing screwed over. Okay. Tweetus 2D2, your ickle boy. Okay, yeah, so see, this is another one that kind of puts them in this kind of boyhood mindset. Your ickle boy wants to kith do lovely eyes and make him well again after the nasty sun hath made him sore. But he says it in Thor. He's speaking like a little kid. Meanwhile, here it's something to make my tweeteth girl happy until ickle boy sees her soon. Sees hers. I'm going to read this in pure. Your ickle boy wants to kiss your lovely eyes and make them well again after the nasty sun has made them sore. Meanwhile, here is something to make my sweetest girl happy until her little boy sees her soon. Phew, when as a girl said they make baby talk at you, you've got him on your little wagon. So see, the women know this. When, as the girl said, they make baby talk at you, you've got him on your little wagon. I guess that's a way of saying you got him wrapped around your finger. You sure have. That effusion of infantile paralysis of the intellect cost Mr. Businessman exactly $47,000 to settle out of court. The other letters were so much worse than the one printed above that he dared not let them be read in court. Wow, so he settled with her out of court just so they couldn't publish the other letters. That's crazy. That highly educated and highly seasoned men of middle or old age should write such letters seems to be an enigma. It is explained on the basis that when a man is in the throes of sex passion, he becomes a boy for time being. Now, okay, let's look at the poll, and let's just be honest with ourselves, guys. I mean, we've all been here at least a little bit. Maybe not this bad. This is down bad right here. I mean, this is pretty down bad. 80% of the people said yes. You know what? And I'll include myself in that. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, let's all just be honest. It's embarrassing. But, you know, you learn, you live and you learn. And if you don't have to pay $47,000, then if anything, good for you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why I've said this on stream many times. The person who gets their heart broken like early on in life is lucky. Like if you can just go through that relatively low leveraged and you don't have kids together, you don't have property together, you know, it's just a clean break. It sucks for a bit and you learn some lessons, but a lot of folks, you know, this happens later in life. Let me just catch up with chat and we'll move on to the next one. American woman, stay away from me. I'll try to move it forward a bit. Vivian says, the more I learn about different topics, the more I feel better about my choice in a partner. I find this all very entertaining. Entertaining, indeed it is. Women suing men for ending engagement is no different than making a false grape accusation. That's what I was thinking of too. Yeah, when I read these, it was kind of reminding, like, you know, you got like, I don't know if the Diddy case is a good example, but you have like Trevor Bauer. There was an update on the Trevor Bauer case, and you know, he was with the Dodgers and he lost a contract, and the woman actually wanted him to do certain things to him. And when he did it, it was like a big trap. And then she tried suing him and he lost his contract there. It was just a whole thing, you know? So like, that's one example, but that happens like pretty frequently. It seems like you're right. I mean, I think you're right. It's more in the guise of this sort of false accusation type thing. So it is a little different, but yeah, I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same. Tulit says chivalry plus neotenia is a lethal combination. And I'm guessing neotenia is like a kind of maybe regression into a boyhood thing. And that's kind of what it's like too, guys. It's like, you know, like when you are down bad for a woman, and it's not like even her fault. Like to her, that's maybe not exciting. You know, the red pill knows this. After a while, it's just like she doesn't like you anymore. You don't understand what happened, but it's like you're looking at this person that you pedestalized on some other level, and she's looking at a little boy. Quite literally, you've become like a little boy. And it's like, they're attracted to a man, you know? So if you kind of end up in this emotional place, it's not attractive to them. Down fool greater than down bad. I guess lawsuits have been an alternative to divorce for over a century. Sure has, yeah. Most women are not psychologically ordered for the level of insanity that it takes to have romantic love. Dowry, yes, but I think there's room for love on multiple levels. I think you're right. Listen, I mean, I take this position. And this is why I say I don't think we're going back to what it was, because I think romantic love and all this stuff has fundamentally changed our kind of collective consciousness. Oh, I forgot to put my salt lamp on. And I don't think we're just going to excise this from our sort of cultural understanding. You know, it's fundamentally changed us as a civilization. Now, you know, what we're doing now seems to be not working, but going forward, there will probably still be vestiges of these things, right? So I kind of look at it as like, yeah, these things play a role. The question is, to what degree are you letting this really govern your decisions? You know, so that's the tough part. And that probably goes back a long way too. Giovanni English says 18,000. Hey, shout out to you, Giovanni. Thanks for being in here. $18,000 back then is about 290,000 today. Wow. Yeah, thanks for doing the math on that. Gosh, people were getting houses out of this. A million, gillion, billion, trillion, gazillion hugs and kisses. Angela says these days it would be considered a tort law case, like you see on Judge Judy. Yeah. Dowry and Maher has to reflect actual inflation in the market. I have an article on inflation. Robert Spencer says, what's with the third person references to self as a little boy? There's got to be some sort of Freudian thing going on. Yeah, I think there is. I know Peter Wright discusses this. There is a kind of, the way he describes it in his book is like, there's this, it's almost like a BDSM thing. It's sort of like and chivalry is essentially a co-opting of original, like, militaristic chivalry, which is like a knight swears allegiance to a lord and has duties and stuff or whatever. But love service is like you basically, it's what he calls the feudal model, right? So it's like you're kind of a peasant and she is the feudal lord, right? So it has this level of service, I guess, and submission from the guy's side. But there's definitely a Freudian style thing going on there. Now, hey, we ain't kink shaming over here. Whatever you're into, but what you probably shouldn't be doing is writing it down into a place that you can't then delete it later is really one of the most important things to come out of this. So if we've learned anything here today, I baby talk all the time. Why is that a bad thing? I'm never going to be sued for it. I'd say it's probably different between men and women. Jason, hey, welcome back, Jason. Shah, Jason from Canada here from a couple weeks ago. I broke up with that chick and she didn't even chase. Think I dodged a bullet. Bro, shout out to you for having the strength to do that. I remember your story and I remember the stuff you were discussing and we were all like, dang, this ain't sounding right. You did an excellent job. Now, what you should probably watch out for, it sounds like it's still, you said it was a couple weeks ago. That's relatively fresh. If I were you, I would go completely no contact. And what's going to happen is there's a likelihood that she's going to come back and she's going to breadcrumb you and she's going to be like, hey, some kind of thing. And you're probably going to get excited over it. You're going to be like, oh, damn. Now what you're going to need to do in this moment is completely ignore the text. Okay. And just keep it moving. If you respond to that thing, it's lights out. You know what I'm saying? So your most important thing is what you want to do is just keep no contact and just keep going and you're going to get over her. When you finally get over someone and you're like, man, I used to love that woman. I was obsessed with her. And you get over her and you're like, oh my God, I wake up and I don't even remember her. That's so crazy. Then you will reach a level where you're like, oh, okay. See, I wasn't thinking straight. But after a long enough timeline, there is this thing where it's like, yeah, they might think, okay, screw this guy or whatever. And it works in reverse too. But then the person, they feel this compulsion to come back and to try to see, do they still have you on the line if they wanted you? And then you take the bait and then they do a freaking choke slam, bam, right on you. And then you're like, damn, and you feel worse than before. So, just go through this, man. Shout out to you. Big shout out to you, man. I got a good positive feeling about this, man. Thanks for sharing that. Like the video. Thank you, Mr. P. Yes, please hit the like button on the video. Jason says 100% in early non-leverage heartbreak is a huge blessing, dude. That's what's red pilled me. But now I'm opposed to marriage, especially in the West. I hear that, man. Well, I appreciate you hanging out here. The gold pill is pounding that out. Man, I should bring some of that AI art that the folks have been making. Forgive me, Father, for I have simped. Yeah, there's been some big simping going on. The crazy part, too, is like, I read in these articles, a lot of people already know, like, how big of a disaster the love match actually is. Like, even back then, they know that, but we're hit with the craziest amount of, like, cultural, I guess, propaganda, you can say. Toulouse says, to understand Neotenia, check Chasing the Dragon by Paul Elam and Peter Wright. Oh, there you go. Basically, women acting and looking younger than what they are hacks on the parental brain of men, so it causes romantic love. You know, you're right about that. Peter actually has mentioned that to me before. A lot of a woman's beauty is kind of this sort of looking as young as possible. And it sort of plays almost on this like childlike type thing, weirdly. I think the other side of that is the man psychologically going into this childlike thing too. Probably, I don't know, it's interesting. Romantic love actually is a chemical reaction on the brain. Dopamine spikes and only lasts around 12 to 18 months. Probably depends how deep into it. What if a man and woman both simp for each other, though? Is that still bad or nah? I don't know if it's actually possible. You know, I tend to take the Platonic interpretation of that, or, well, not interpretation, but, you know, he wrote a book called Symposium, and it's about Socrates talking to some other Athenians, and it's after they had a night of drinking, and they all wake up and they're kind of hungover. That's what a symposium was back in the day. It's nothing like what symposiums are now. Symposiums used to be fun. Anyways, they wake up and they're chilling, and they just start talking about what love is. So they get in this huge conversation about love, and everyone has their idea. And then Socrates relates a story about when he got put on game from this older temple priestess, I think. She was this older lady that knew what she was talking about. I think her name was Diotima. And Diotima discusses love, and in one part of it, she's talking about how there's the lover and then the beloved. And it's like one person is doing the simping and one person is being simped for. And I don't even know if the magnetism or whatever you want to call it can work where they're both, like, one person is in love. The other person is appreciating the sort of getting loving on. You know what I'm saying? And I tend to look at it from that way. Okay, I think that was an okay break. Okay. We're going to move into, God, the senator one's going to be a tough one to slog through. We got through the 400-pound woman. Colossal marriage portions might be good. That one's a little bit, maybe I'll bring that up later. There's kind of a lot of stuff. I want to bring this one up now. I like this one. And what a nice looking picture right there. We need to bring portrait photos like that back. The Dote and the Dowry. And she's going to go over some stuff. Now, I mean, they try to talk about stuff over the world, and this is kind of a dated paper, and they use some, kind of some kind of, not with it language, you know what I'm saying? The savage hits her with the club and drags her away. This is before they did a comprehensive anthropological review all over the world. They were just starting to do that. So the thing with a lot of these papers is the dowry is closer in their memory. They do see it in some places, but it's not compared, I think, to the knowledge we have now, at least as far as academic knowledge goes. So some things you see in here are still a little dated, so to speak. This is a long paper, folks, so get ready for this. Get ready for this. I warned everybody. Chasing the dragon refers to a metaphor for substance addiction, like in romantic love, that causes dopamine addiction in our brains. Yeah, chasing the dragon. I mean, you'll see that. It's almost like gambling or something. And it can lead people into a very, very bad place until they've really lost a lot. Yes, the infant archetype female are allowed by society to dwell in forever. Yeah, it's interesting, too, because, there's this conversation about feminized men and what makes man feminized. And then it's like, well, what if it's our culture's insistence on romantic love that actually is the leading driver of this feminization? Or maybe feminization is not even the right word, infantilization. I tend to stay away from that because I think people can use it to too easily demonize men, which I don't like. But I think there is an interesting discussion here when it comes to how romantic chivalry maybe contributes to certain things like that. Okay, we're going to find out and see what Miss Laura Jean Libby has to say. There's an American name if I ever heard one. In many... Uh-oh. All right, here we go. My bad. This is not pretty, but I wanted to save the entire, the entire paper. All right, folks. In many countries today, the dote and the dowry supersede other considerations in the marriage contract. In other words, love is a secondary consideration, if a consideration at all. Okay? In a majority of cases, it is the girl who must furnish the marriage portion. But in 3 countries, China, Japan, and Egypt, it is the bridegroom who must put up the dowry. This is also the custom among the Georgians of the Caucasus, that race of beautiful women. And there are exceptions here. China had both dowry and bride price, depending on the period and the level of urbanization in their society. So you did see both, even sometimes at the same time, just depending on the area and what was happening. Egypt has some interesting differences too. There are various forms of dote: cash, property, finery. Oh, let me just see when this was written, by the way, just to give y'all. This is 1912. The Chicago Tribune, by the way. Man, 1 second. I'm going to let my cat in. Oh, you're over there. Oh, she's already in here. Whoops. Okay. There are various forms of dote, cash, property, and finery. Probably the queerest is that of consisting of reindeer. In a number of countries, of which the United States ranks first, love is the prime consideration leading to wedlock. So see, by early 1900s, we're doing love over here. You know what I mean? We got big simping. We got love letters like it's nobody's business and then everybody's business. And love is the order of the day. While money and place take the back seat, okay? Yet Americans are not wholly free from the system which puts a cash consideration upon the marriage contract. Many of our young men and women are looking for title, wealth, and social position instead of the greatest of all gifts, the gift of love. Love wants minor consideration. There was a time when love played little or no part in the uniting of men and women. If love came into their lives, it developed after they had married and lived and toiled together. Love then, like the century plant, took a long time to grow. I think that's an interesting thing, and I do believe that. You know, I don't even know if you'd call it the kind of love that we're talking about like in those simping letters, but it's more like this probably mutual respect for each other, not friendship, but like a mutual, I don't know what kind of love, but like a familial love or something that's really based off of, you know, 2 people working together and being good to each other. Civilization, in my opinion, has had much to do with the elimination of the custom. Among the primitive peoples of bygone days, love was unknown. Marriages then were universally arranged. I am emphasizing this point not so much to show that American marriage customs are wiser and better than those of other peoples, but to help and encourage girls who write telling me they have no fortunes to bring their husbands, and to young men who complain they love girls who are rich. To these girls and men, I want to say that our country is a democracy.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Which means we meet each other on a footing of equality, taking little cognizance of birth and wealth. Well, how has that been turning out? 90% of the marriages in this country yearly are love matches. Okay, love match reigns supreme. In this country, whatever a man's wealth and social position are, if he asks a girl to become his wife, it is because he loves her. He is not looking for any money settlement. He is going to provide for the girl he wants to make his wife. Origin of the dote custom. In my opinion, the dote and dowry custom is a survival of the idea that women were once considered property. Now, this to me is the feminism talking. Among the lesser peoples of today, women are still looked upon as chattels. Men have the same control of them as they have of their cattle, their lands, and their houses. This is harsh and unromantic, but it is courteous compared to the method of capturing women that prevailed in the earlier history of the world. I mean, so you could kind of see this is based on a we didn't have as many academics looking on this. And I mean, like, so much so that anthropologists changed the word bride price to bride wealth once they really understood what was going on. But, you know, this is showing you what the common sense understanding was back then, which is interesting for us today. In only one instance, I believe, it is practiced now among certain of the Australian tribes. There it is said, men do not go to the girls' homes, they lie in wait in the night and steal their women. Don't lie, ladies. I know some of you have a kidnap fetish. I've met many of you women out here have expressed that to me. Don't even lie. The minute guys figure out what's in romance novels, it's over. To buy a wife instead of stealing her is still the custom in various remote countries, including certain parts of Europe, where women are scarce. In most modern countries where the dote and dowry custom prevails, the laws provide that though the interest is used by both, the money belongs to her. And if she is divorced through no fault of her own, she gets back her wedding portion. Yes, I've seen that in a lot of places. These are the laws in Germany, France, and are fast becoming the custom in Italy. Real quick, I want to look at Jason's comment. Jason says, Shah, should I leave her on red or disable read receipts? Brother, I would leave everything as it is and don't even worry about it. Honestly, man. Because you're asking, you know, like by asking that question, you are basically still trying to communicate with her something. Don't worry about disabling read receipts. If you see the message, you see the message, but just don't respond. You'll be good to go. Base FCZ. Hey, I've seen your channel before, man. I like your stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you. I'm going to bring up your channel right now. American Woman. Just a second. I've watched your stuff, man. I've enjoyed your stuff too. Base F. Oh, crap. F12. Oh, no. My computer ignorance is... I lost my... the hell do you call that? Where you can... Oh, there it is. Base FZZ. There we go. Look at that. See, I'm subscribed to you, man. Was not making it up. Shout out to you, man. If you guys don't know Base FZZ, please check him out. He makes a lot of awesome videos. Talks about manosphere stuff sometime. Really cool. Base says, I finally caught you live. Listen, I want to talk to you in a live stream one of these days. I love your perspective and learning about the dowry. Sure, man. Yeah. You know, if you want, you can just email me or you can message me on Twitter. I'll show you my email here. That might be the fastest way, and I'll put it in chat for you just to make it easier. But man, I'm more than willing to talk to you. So, here, I'll put it in chat. So that's my email right there. And if it's easier, you can always just leave me a message on Twitter. So I do got some stuff in the works. And you know, weekends are Saturday mornings or Sundays are usually better for me, man, just because of like working things. I can do an evening, but you know, I'll have to make sure I'm fully awake for that and not, you know, unwinding. But we'll make it work, man, no matter what. If it's got to be a weekday, it'll be a weekday. And I'm excited to talk to you, and I do appreciate your generous donation. That's 5 real American dollars there. And I will try not to spend that in a way that is unproductive. So thank you for that. And real quick, I'll read Vivian's. I know you put some stuff in here. Vivian said, the harder a man is on the outside, the softer he is on the inside. Female society doesn't know how to reconcile that, and that is a shame. Men have very intense emotions with a lot of nuance and shades of gravity. Women are wholly ignorant of that fact. I think you're right. That is a lot of guys, you know, and a lot of folks would probably want to deny that. Oh, dang it. I got to find where I put. I totally lost where we were. American Woman. Stay away from me. All right, here we go. It's a democracy. Yo, Luke Nielsen's in here. Bay says, I got it. Perfect. I will send you an email and I'll find you on Twitter too. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'll find you there and make sure to follow you. I'm always off on Sundays myself, so we can make it work. Thank you, man. Shout out to you. Looking forward to our discussion. Luke Nielsen says, yo, this is Shah. I had to hop in for a bit, show some support, but I don't know how long I'll be able to hang. Hey, no worries, man. Just you coming in here and saying hi means a lot to me. I appreciate that. We're just having fun on a Saturday night, man. You know, I make the Saturday streams to just be a very casual thing. It's like a bunch of people just getting together in a tavern. And then we just kind of hang out and talk about things. And sometimes something happens and that's fun. Maybe we can get some medieval music playing lightly in the background. And that'd be fun. But yeah, hey man, I appreciate you being in here. Kind of forgot where I was on here. The providing, we're a democracy, equality. Okay, beautiful. Here we are. Origin of dot custom. In my opinion, the dot and dowry custom. Okay, yeah, the chattels, the cattles, stealing women. Oh, here we go. Italy. That's where we left off. Though the French are a romantic people, love there comes after marriage more often than it precedes it. And it's interesting, too, because the love, you know, the French gave us the city of love, Paris. But here we are here in 1912 that actually love in France comes after the marriage. Interesting. There are few countries in Europe where a girl's marriage portion plays such an important role. Oh God, let me just go back. Sorry, guys, too much text scrolling. Okay, in whatever social class a family belongs, the girl must have a wedding portion. See that? In whatever social class. I often hear people like, well, that's just something rich people did. No. That's up and down. That's up and down. If not, she is likely to remain a spinster. Wedding settlement important. Sorry, guys, just to show you what an important role the dope plays, I will tell you an incident I came upon some months ago. I heard some friends talking about a young Parisian girl who had become engaged to the son of a banker. The girl is beautiful, yet her friends spoke as if she had done something wonderful in winning this young man. Yes, said one of her friends, I know she is beautiful and cultured, but these qualities do not go far with our men unless there is a wedding settlement along with them. Though she comes from a good family and is educated, she is not going to get a dot from her parents. It is unusual for a man who has wealth to take a girl who has no money. There it is, guys. There it is, guys. We don't care about a woman's money. A man doesn't care about a woman's money. There it is. And we see this in a lot of places. A girl's wedding portion plays such an important part in the French girl's career that her parents often begin to save for the marriage settlement a few days after she is born. Man, guys, I feel like I'm at a place where it's like, if by God's blessings I had a daughter someday, I could totally see myself from the day that baby's there putting something away for her future marriage. I think that's probably what's going to happen to old Shah over here. On Christmases, birthdays, and other important points in her girlhood, the father adds to the sum. So there is usually a snug competence by the time she is old enough to become a bride. Shortly before the wedding day, the settlement is arranged in a business-like fashion. Marriage is an expensive affair for the girl's family because her parents are expected to furnish the trousseau, besides, and give the wedding breakfast. But the young man has certain well-defined demands put upon him. He is expected to have the same portion in his business or to have spent the same in learning his profession. This is the endogamy. Guys, this is the check on hypergamy I keep talking about. I keep talking about this. See, they're scraping from when she's a baby. They're putting stuff together. And then for the guy that gets married, it's like, hey, you better have at least the same amount or something to show for whatever you've been doing. So it's not just because you're a guy, you know what I mean, or anything like that. And we all understand that over here. But I like seeing this because it shows how families are looking at this, right? So it really isn't hypergamous. And you will see in a lot of places, they will say, well, the dowry encourages hypergamy. That could be true if like you're trying to get one family that wants to go into a family that has, I don't know, a hereditary status or some other kind of social status. But the marriage doesn't happen unless the dowry matches that family's wealth anyway. So if you call that hypergamy, it's not really, because it at the point the dowry is paid, they're matched at that point. So interesting stuff there. Okay. Then he is expected to give the girl a wedding basket, which contains some of the old family jewels and laces. Dowry contract definite. After the contract is drawn up stating what the settlement will be and whether the girl hands over the dowry or keeps the control of it in her own name, the civil service takes place, usually the next day, and no mention is made of the dough again unless a separation takes place later. Listen, I haven't heard once about this guy getting on his knee, by the way. Maybe I missed it. I haven't seen this yet. This part has not come up in the article. Usually the next day, and no mention is made of the dot again, unless a separation takes place later. If a girl is divorced through no fault of her own, she nearly always has to sacrifice part of her dot. That isn't exactly true, but I think that's what she's saying. Typically, it goes back. If they have children, part of that might be used, for the children, which is kept by her husband. The interest on this money is generally used by the wife for dress, travel, and pin money. The actual living expenses generally being met by the man. This is your protect and provide. For a girl to have $10,000 to $25,000 as her wedding portion is not considered an enormous dot. Guys, if you guys can do the math on that, this is 1912. If you could tell me what $10,000 to $25,000 is in 1912, just interested. If she comes from a wealthy family and is going to marry a man with great wealth and social position, she must double or perhaps quadruple that amount. It is a common occurrence in France for a father to set aside from $50,000 to $100,000 as a wedding portion for his daughter. Real quick, Jason, I saw some of your comments. I know we're... Shah, how would a dowry even work today? I'm South Asian, and most modern South Asian women would probably just laugh in my face if I brought it up. I'm just looking at a mutual contribution for setting up the household. It's like where I live, we're looking at a $500,000 house over here, a couple kids. I would take the deal of a woman working and us, matching a down payment in a house, some kind of thing like that. A lot of this discussion has to do with my annoyance of like tradcon isms. You know what I mean? And you get this really unrealistic pressure put on young men, especially on that side of things. That's like men need to protect and provide. She shouldn't have to worry about anything. That's your job. Take a second job, whatever you got to do. Fine. So I'm just pointing this out to them because I'm like, hey, whatever you've been saying is a little off base here, especially if romance is dead. But yeah, I can see it would be that way, basically. And whether that's her money or, her family's money, whatever it happens to be, what it isn't, though, is you just getting married and paying for everything. What the South Asian thing, it obviously Hindu South Asians is different. They understand the dowry and they do that. Islamic is different because they have the mahr. And on the back end, it's different because typically in a dowry society, the woman's full inheritance happens at that time. And then her financial connection to her old kin group is severed at the time of her marriage. That way, they can't come back later and say, when the estate is being dissolved for the remaining heirs, the sons, say, hey, this is my portion, that's my portion. Her portion's given at the time. Since divorce is allowed, Islamically, there's the meher paid as a dower to her. That's different from a bride price because it's a sort of insurance for her. And then on the back end, she gets a half share of inheritance. Okay? Now, that being said, a lot of Muslim countries, it is mostly monogamous or married to one woman at a time, and her family pays a jahez, which is pretty much a dowry and can be a significant amount. South Asians specifically know what that is. So there's no excuse coming from that side. If they're saying they don't have it, they're just revealing that they come from a poor family, basically. But I do agree, dowry has its purposes, just wondering how you'd implement it now. But yeah, that's how I do it. Because the fact is it's like, people aren't saving. We're all kind of living in the swamp over here. I've kind of just I've just accepted my position in the swamp. I'm out here and I'm moving around the swamp and I'm just trying to do as best as I can in the swamp. And it's really about, and I think a lot of guys will let their understanding of masculinity get in the way of their deal making. You know, like we heard that Greek guy talking earlier. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there needs to be something on that end, some kind of contribution. Elena says love is based on tingles in the modern day and age. Yes, it is. Hypergamy isn't real. I never monkey branched. What happened was guys are waiting for women's relationships to fail so they can swoop in. Oh, yeah. And sometimes the next guy is higher up the food chain. I mean, that does not sound like it hasn't happened around here. I can see what you mean. I mean, sometimes they say there's always a simp waiting in the wings. Klaus says, you have to make sure she has skin in the game. 2, that's the key point. Yes, exactly. The problem now is divorcing a no loss and win high situation. Yep. Talut says, I think we should implement a strategy based on the ancestral philosophy of the dowry. The goal is to make women economically accountable again. I mean, and that's what we're pounding out over here. Man, I wish I had that AI picture. We are, you know what? I'm going to find the AI picture. I think I do have that. Actually, sorry. The AI picture is too good. Shout out to all the folks who are making AI pictures, especially Dan the Man, Mr. Pitt, some of the other guys. Man, I've been into this new IG reel. There's these IG reels, and it's like of a gorilla, and the gorilla's doing a vlog. And the gorilla will be like, hey, I got these from some campers. I scared them good. They're never coming back. And it's just funny. It's like if it was a human, but a gorilla. I'm loving all of those. AI is going crazy right now. Where's my art folder? American woman. Stay away from me. American woman. All right. I'm going to have to do this the long way. I'm going to have to go all the way back in the chat. All the way back in the... I thought I saved these. Oh, my God. Oh, here it is. This is what I wanted to show you guys. We are doing that right now as we speak. The pounding out is happening. There you go. We're smashing it. We're using it to change things out here. Shout out to you guys. This is from the Cigar Lounge. This is the best. This is the best. I'm going to just close Discord because otherwise it's going to make that sound. It's the only problem. Oh my God. Hold on. Mr. Pitt put something in here. I got to show this. I got to show this to you guys. I love these. I love all of these. Every one of these is fantastic.
You can't shoot me. I'm not black enough.
Oh my God.
I'm tweaking. Well, now I can't stop sucking on it.
I've been drunk the past 3 weeks off your leftover beers. Somebody has go to stop me. I just scared the actual crap out of those hikers. They are never coming back to Yosemite.
AI is winning the day out here. I'm telling you. Sorry, I just wanted to... I'm going to put the Discord down. We're going to go away from the Discord. And we're going to get back into this. I think someone did the math on that. Mr. Pitt, you did the math on that. Oh, come on, go away, Discord. Close down. It's so stupid. All right, no, but it's not stupid. It's actually really fun and creative, and I like all of them. Where I know Mr. Pitt. Oh, here we go. Mr. Pitt says 10,000 in 1912 is the approximate equivalent to $315,000 in 2025, based on inflation. My gosh, man, how far we have fallen. That's crazy.
Your dowry
It's my right.
That's crazy. Jason says, Shah, to your point, the guys in romance novels aren't the 5'9" nice guy working at McDonald's. It's usually a 1%er they have to earn niceness from and F senselessly. That is the fantasy. That is the fantasy. Yeah, those are, dude, okay, you know what? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I got to show one more. You guys know the 100 gorilla, the hell is that? It's like the 100 gorilla thing. Well, so they got a gorilla on a podcast, and he's basically like, he's basically like answering their questions about the fight, and it's freaking hilarious. Damn it, how do I find my save things? Gosh, man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm like a boomer sometimes when it comes to all of this. American woman, stay away from me. Here we go. Okay, this is so stupid.
But the first two motherfuckers that I catch, oh, they gonna be on a t-shirt. After the first two hit the dirt, the next wave gonna hesitate. And that's when I turn strategic. No more swinging wild. Now I'm doing math. I might not win the war, but I promise you, some of y'all not going on home the same. Look,
I love this.
I know I can't fight 100 men, but the first two motherfuckers that I catch, oh, they gonna be on a t-shirt.
Sorry for the cuss words, guys. Sorry if you got kids there in the background. But it's funny. Oh, this one's good too. This one's like, it's like if people were vlogging back in biblical days. Here, look.
About to yeet this little stone at Goliath and see what happens. Okay, so I told y'all to trust the process, but no, y'all wanted to stay in Egypt stacking bricks.
Yo, it's Shadrach. This random dude just
Shout out
showed
to
up.
Shadrach.
It's getting lit in here.
I got the horses in the back. Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black. Got the boots that's black to match.
You know I'm a daddy's boy. He's got me in this Technicolor drip. Brother's so jelly right now. They're looking a little sus.
These Philistines thought they could flex on me. Big mistake. I just took some pre-workout and finna bring the house down.
I would like to formally apologize to God, the sailors, and this whale. Sorry, dude. Good, fam.
All right, enough. Okay, see, we broke up the text a little bit. Yep, we broke up the text. We got to get back to workout here, though, guys. This is what we're doing. Sorry, guys. But you can't say that's not hilarious. All of those are fantastic. Fantastic. We're talking to Shah next Saturday. Yep, I'll see y'all there. See y'all there. I posted the Bigfoot vlog video. I'm economically responsible, always have been. I wouldn't take a man's provision outside of marriage if a gun was pointed at my head. 100 men versus 100 gorilla meme. Okay, legends, back into this. French matches, as a rule, turn out well. Marriages are not hastily... Oh, let me make it full screen. Marriages are not made hastily. And though courtships are shorter than in this country, they are long enough for the couple to get to know and understand each other and often learn to love each other before marriage. Dowry custom in Germany. The custom of dowry prevails in Germany, though the amounts are a great deal smaller. Shout out to Klaus. This is probably because the Germans have more daughters and the wealth is less than in the French family of the same social class. Interesting. The dot is given differently in Germany. Only a part of it is in money. A good share comes in household furnishings and linens. When a girl reaches the age of 15, she and her mother sit down together and begin to make by hand all the linens that she will need for herself and her household for years. Wow. By the time the girl is 18 and ready to be married, she has great chests of fine linen. A German bride is prouder of the linens she has helped to make than she is of the money she is bringing as her wedding portion. With the officers and the higher nobility, the dots expected are large. Okay, military officers going for a premium. Declares an... Oh, crap, did I miss... For the German law... declares an officer cannot marry unless he has 25,000. It goes without saying he cannot make this with his salary. Then if he is in debt, the parents of the girl he marries must, besides giving her the 25,000, pay these debts. This is arranged in a tactful way. Instead of handing over his bills to her parents, the officer puts them on a trunk. The father picks them up and proceeds to pay the dot. The size of the dot is rated by the rank of the man. Men with great titles like Prince, Duke, and Count command the best. High officers come next, followed by lawyers, doctors, architects, etc., with tradesmen rated low on the marriage market. Since Germany, however, has made wonderful strides in commercial lines, merchants have risen considerably and command a better price than in bygone days. Let's see, Jason. What's up, Jason? Shah asking her to go 50-50 on a down payment risk triggering her hypergamy. Women date sideways or up. She might agree, but you'll pay later. Just my take. I mean, hey, man, I think a lot of it is going to go down to each individual's guy's ability to negotiate that or not. So, I mean, I think if you go in there and you're just like, if I do this, it's going to fail. I think it probably is. I think you got to just go in there and hold firm. And then who you are and then how you present yourself is also going to matter as well. But women don't care about your struggles. They wait at the finish line and pick the winners. Yes, but if the competition ends for you and you hit the finish line, the competition for them begins. And it's like you can sit there and, smash all of them and have all these short-term engagements. But if you yourself want to leverage into kids or something, a dowry will give those women waiting at the finish line an edge in the marriage market. And that's how I'm looking at it. If you're that guy that crosses the finish line and you're looking at your options and there's one over here with the dowry, that's going to impact how you do things, I think. Let me just get back into that. We might not finish this whole one. I'll just read a couple more paragraphs and then we'll move on to the next one. It's just kind of showing American girls looking at it. It's kind of showing the independence thing, how they value romance. That was kind of the big thing I wanted to show you guys. Then it just goes into their understanding of other parts of the world. This is Japan. Looks like a good time over there in Japan. In most every part of Europe, except England, where girls often marry without dowry, a girl is expected to bring her marriage portion, which usually includes money, trousseau, and linens. In certain countries, such as Italy, where incomes are small, it is hard for families to dower their children. In some cities, the church sometimes dowers every girl, not every girl. In some cities, the church sometimes dowers every year a certain number of marriageable girls. These dots are small. In fact, all in Italy are, as compared with France and Germany. $10,000 is considered a large amount to set aside for a girl's wedding portion in Italy. Hey, this reminds me, I'm going to bring up Peter Wright gave me a few clippings showing the Pope basically giving out some dowries. So let's read a couple of the Pope giving out some dowries here. How about that, huh? You know what, real quick, let me just do something else. I have a ton of these images just up. And if you hear fireworks in the background, it's because I have my window open and for some reason, people in my neighborhood just feel the need to blast off fireworks a full month before Independence Day. So that's what that is. Minerva. Here we go. The poor Pope, and that's written in quotes because he's not poor. He's not poor. On Sunday, writes the Roman correspondent of The Independence, the Pope went in great state to the Church of the Minerva to celebrate the festival of the Annunciation. Strangers who witnessed the brilliant procession must have been rather astonished at seeing the sovereign pontiff seated in a carriage all covered with gold, surrounded by his noble dragoons. This is 1866, by the way, and gendarmes, and displaying all the pomp of a sumptuous court. Many of the simple people who read the clerical papers believe that the Pope is suffering persecution, that he is reduced to privation and distress, and is ready to take refuge in the catacombs. On the contrary, he is a monarch who can exhibit all the evidences of wealth and power. After the ceremony, which was celebrated with great pomp, the Pope intermitted a number of persons, priests and laity to kiss his feet. There's a lot of feet kissing going on in today's stream. We saw that in the other paper. But this is maybe different. Amongst those who enjoyed the privileges were 12 young girls, selected from the 846 who, this year, received from the Pious Society of the Annunziata a dowry, which will either enable them to obtain husbands or to pay for their admission into a convent. The Pope was received with demonstrations of love and respect, and cries of "Long live the Pope King" were raised by the students of the American College, which is next to the church, who also showered roses on the carriage of the sovereign pontiff from the window as it passed beneath. Here is another one. This one's a little longer. This is just another one, 1863. The correspondent, that's as small as it's going to get. The correspondent of the Morning Post writes, on the 25th, being the solemnity of the Annunziata, the Pope, according to annual custom, repaired in state to the Minerva Church, preceded by his prelatical cross-bearer mounted on a white mule. The cortege was magnificent, and the effect striking, especially when on the Piazza della Minerva, there was a burst of enthusiasm from the assembled spectators and a copious tribute of flowers from the papaline beauties, who studied the windows and balconies. The interesting part of this ceremony is the distribution of dowries to a certain number of young girls by the Pope himself. The girls are generally pretty, beautifully dressed in a kind of white monastic costume, with long veils, and kneel very gracefully to receive the pontifical purse and benediction. We'll read the long one just for the heck of it. We're over here. May 22nd, 1869, visit of the Pope to the Dominicans in Rome. The Correspondence de Rome gives the particulars of a ceremonial which took place at the chapel of St. Marie sur Minerva, belonging to the friars preachers on occasion of the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin transferred from Holy Thursday, on which it had fallen this year. About 10 o'clock, the Holy Father was borne to the church, accompanied by the Cardinals Aschini and Barnabo. On alighting at the church, the Holy Father was received by His Eminence Cardinal Patrizzi, Bishop of Porto, and Saint Rufina, protector of the Order of Saint Dominic, by the very, I don't know if that's Reverend, the Superior General, and the religions of the order. Having been robed in the pontifical vestments in the sacristy, he entered the sanctuary, adored there the Blessed Sacrament exposed in the chapel of Saint Dominic, and was then borne to the choir on the sedia gestatoria. There, taking his place upon the throne prepared for him near the high altar, he assisted at the pontifical mass celebrated by His Eminence the Cardinal de Silvestri. After Mass, His Holiness and their eminences, the cardinals, made the usual offerings towards giving portions to the young girls. The portions are going to be the dowry, which is the object of the pious institution of the Most Holy Annunciation, connected with St. Mary Minerva. A deputation of this celebrated association had the honor of assisting at the kissing the foot of the Holy Father of 12 young girls chosen from 877 who had been given dowries this year at an expense of 150,000 francs. An immense crowd filled the interior of the church. Returning to the sacristy, the Pope was divested of his pontifical vestments, and the religious of the church, as well as several other priests and laymen, were permitted to kiss his foot. The Swiss Guard and the Palace Guard were on duty within the church. Outside, detachments of the army, with their bands, saluted with military honors. Everywhere as the pontifical cortege passed along, the windows and balconies were adorned with draperies, and the people received with acclamation their father and king, whose apostolical benediction they implored. So, okay, I was hoping to get to that today. That was a good reason there. That was a good reason. Let me look at chat for a bit, and then I think what we'll do is we'll get to another long one. And then if you guys got it in you, we can talk a little bit about, maybe some of these articles on Greece that I found, which are American articles, but they're talking about what's going on over there. So, cool. Okay, we did the 400 pounds. Okay, how about this? Colossal marriage portions. This one's going to talk about what I think is the heiress to the tobacco company, though I'm not sure if it's the very same Marlboro, amongst other folks. Let me see. You saying women who have masculine energy can be predatory? Okay, this is a conversation. Relationship not be predatory on some level. Masculine energy in a woman is very dangerous. When it comes to competing over mates by chasing men, yes. Can you expand? I think the chick I broke up with was also a bit masculine and felt predatory. Klaus says, define masculine energy, feminism. I've met a very feminine woman and she still cheated on me. Well, that wouldn't have been an American woman, trying to get a better deal and keep me on the side as a safety net. Luke says, this is also my experience and observation over many years of life. Yeah, I hear what you guys are saying. And I mean, I like Coach's marriage wheel. You know what I mean? Because while it's, we're traditional, we're going to laugh in the face of Jason in our chat here asking about a dowry because we're so traditional and the guy should do everything. That's the cosplay. And then later on, you know, in Coach's marriage wheel, he talks about there's the connection phase, the investment phase, then there's the she becomes a feminist phase and the disengagement phase. Then you start to see all this kind of masculine behavior or whatever. I don't think it's a by nature thing. I think any of these women are capable of that, to be honest. And, you know, women might present as feminine one day and then be masculine when they hate you and the love's over. Every woman probably seems masculine when you guys don't love each other anymore, I guess. You know what I mean? Then it's just like, huh? None of this makes sense. You know? Okay, looks like some more of this between y'all. I don't think I missed too much. Elena says it's sad that women view their money as independence from one man. But you know, man, Jason, you're gonna be okay, man. I think you're gonna be all right, and you're gonna feel good. And one day you're gonna be showering, and you're gonna be putting some shampoo in your hair, and you're gonna be like, man, thank God I never tied the knot with that woman. Oh my God. Like, you will laugh at the ridiculousness of yourself when you look back at it, and and you'll be wiser for it. Now, mistakes can still happen down the line. You know, things can happen, but I think overall it'll be a good experience for you. And it feels like you probably feel emotionally bad, but that emotional knot will be undone, and you will feel a peace and a calmness inside you. I can guarantee you that. Okay, colossal marriage portions. Among these are mentioned dowries of American women. All right. There was a time, this is 1907, by the way, the Morning Press. There was a time when whole provinces of a rich nation or great fortress cities were given away with the royal bride, so that marriages might and did alter the world's map as well as the balance of power. A familiar case is that of Catherine of Braganza. We've heard of Catherine of Braganza over here, who brought King Charles II of England as dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Who brought King Charles II of England as dowry from Portugal, the Moorish city of Tangier. This is the trade routes, guys, which is now looked upon as the key to the Mediterranean Sea, rivaling Gibraltar itself and the island of Bombay, as India was called in those days, says a writer in the Pittsburgh Dispatch. But after all, I doubt whether any bride, ancient or modern, ever brought her husband so strange or colossal a dot as girlish Fraulein Bertha Krupp of Essen. She sounds German. As a mere child of 16, Mrs. Krupp found herself mistress of 40,000 workmen. Wow, not 40,000 gold coins, 40,000 people, employees, huh? Who with their families make up a total population of 200,000 souls. And workshops worthy of the great Vulcan himself were her dowry, as well as coal and iron mines of vast extent. Yawning quarries, hundreds of miles of railroads, smelting works, roaring furnaces, cannon shops, and all the appliances for making the most terrific of weapons that deal death and destruction by land and sea. To this shy and modest girl, ever since old Peter Friedrich Krupp died in 1902, Imperial Germany has looked for arms, and indeed all nations, both East and West, have turned to her giant works for implements of offense and defense. Here, oh, this is the good lady herself. The good lady herself. Now, this is a boss babe or a queen if I ever seen one. 40,000 workmen. Here, then, was a girl with the vastest dowry on record, $225 million. Naturally, or excuse me, million. 225 million. Naturally, suitors came from every land, yet she brought herself at length with her gigantic dot to a humble lieutenant in the German army, Gustav von Bohlen und Halbach. Klaus, I'm waiting for you to rate me on how good I pronounced that. With her charming self, she brought him gasworks and great systems of telegraphs and telephones, bakeries and abattoirs. 2, with villas on the Italian lakes and in Florence, palaces in Berlin and in country. The entire town's filled with her people and all the hygienic appliances for their welfare that unlimited millions command. The girl even possessed an army of 1,100 men, picked troopers, every one of them, as smart, well-armed, and scientific as any that wear the uniform of their mistress, Warlord the Emperor. Queen Krupp, the girl was playfully called by the Kaiser. Yeah, she may as well be a queen. And she certainly owns a nation in miniature. 8 or 10 thriving model cities, where her tens of thousands of workmen live under conditions that are a perfect reviation to visiting sociologists from other countries. As everyone knows, the emperor himself was present for the wedding at Essen of his dear daughter, as he styled Miss Krupp. It was just a simple Lutheran service in the huge Villa Hugel, and the moment it was over, the richest girl in all the world handed out of her enormous dowry the sum of $500,000 for the betterment of her work people. Altogether, some 500 American girls have married titled foreigners, and all their dowries united would amount to not less than $240 million. Gosh, I wonder what, wow, God, wonder what that is in today's. I should look that up. Among these, the most heavily dowered bride was Miss May Golet, now Duchess of Roxburgh. So she married into a European family there. Okay. Whose dot amounted to $40 million. Dang, American money right there. The American Duchess of Marlborough. See, I wonder if that's the same Marlborough as the tobacco. Marlborough. Brought her husband $10 million. Mary later, who became Vice Reign of India, $5 million. The Countess of Castellane, $15 million. Mrs. Vivian, hey, shout out to Vivian. Mrs. Vivian, $12 million. Baroness Holkett, $10 million. Mrs. Michael Herbert, $5 million. These are all American ladies. Lady William Beresford, $3 million. And the Princess Colonna, $2,500,000. It is worth noting to what use these women put such enormous dowries. Take the Duchess of Roxburgh, for example. She has already spent over $1 million in restoring Flores Castle, the magnificent ancestral seat of the Dukes of Roxburgh, which was fast falling into decay and had been unoccupied for many years, but is now one of the most magnificent palaces in all Scotland. The same American Duchess spent another $500,000 of her dot in anticipation of a visit from the Prince and Princess of Wales. She called to her from Princess Monsieur Boulanger, the famous decorator, and after conferring with him, a color scheme was drawn up for fresh decorations on a most lavish scale. Kind of interesting, you know, an American marrying into like European royalty. The most recent I could think of that was that Prince Harry? Is that his name, Prince Harry? But he like got written out of the princeship, basically. Like he's not part of British royalty anymore. And all to marry his sweetheart, it would appear. It would appear that's why he did that. Okay. Gosh, should we move on to the Greeks? Okay, no, you know what? Let's talk about spinsters for a second. I thought this was interesting. This is 1909. Am I missing? Oh, okay, Jason. Shah, I see where you're coming from, and I get the idea of finding someone who invests the dowry, but I feel like nowadays women with resources aren't just waiting at the finish line. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I hear what you're saying. It's a freaking minefield out there, dude. I mean, between the monetized dating marketplace and, you know, you got polyamorous relationships, you got women selling stuff online. You got this, that, you got women in $300,000 of debt somehow. It's a minefield. It's a minefield. I think, you know, and so I can't sit here and promise you, you know, make these, and that's the thing about goldpill that I didn't want people doing is over delivering, or not over. I mean, I'd love to see some over delivering, over promising and under delivering on that. But I think in some sense, though, this is especially useful, especially with people who claim to be traditional. I mean, you mentioned that if you had this discussion with one of these South Asian women, they would laugh at you, but not really. I mean, they would if they were going to try to be a butthead about it. But as soon as you call them out on what traditionalism actually is, and for them too, I know their traditionalism, then their mouth is going to go silent. And you'll have a great opportunity to be able to let her know that her entire family is trash too. Not just her coming at you with her hand out like that. Be a perfect opportunity to tell her her father sucks. You know, her grandparents, you know, don't got nothing going on. Her brother ain't good for nothing. The whole damn kin group should be ashamed of themselves for putting this dowerless poor woman out here. And I think it'll just open up an interesting line of different conversations. And then once you let them know that, you know, at least you'll let them know that. That'll be something that happened. I see them running the race alongside. If they have money, it usually means they're competing or building with you, not just waiting. That's how I see it. I can agree with that. I think you're right there. And that's a positive thing. So you have to look at your options on the table and say, I might be able to do something with that. And, you know, unfortunately, divorce is such a high probability. I mean, I wish I could say if you just do these things, it's not going to happen. Fortunately, from my perspective, it doesn't seem that way. So if the marriage settlement part of this makes sense, when you get to the divorce settlement, at least that will make a little bit of sense too. And there's still a million things that can go wrong. I'm being honest with you. I'm not sugarcoating it at all, you know, but just from divorces that I've seen personally, that's the only reason I have this opinion. And it's like, I couldn't shake this opinion. Like, I worked at child support for years. I was looking at that and I was like, I would not want to be this guy. I would not, you know, no, not this, not this. Okay, this guy got a good deal right here. That's actually not that bad. What happened to this guy? And that's really a lot of what formed my opinion, you know. Shah, women with dowries aren't just waiting by the biryani pot. They're cooking with you. They still expect you to bring the heat, even if they're not adding the final spices. Which part of that would you say is incongruent with what I'm saying, though? I'm bringing up the dowries because I'm making it okay for that to be a deal. So you may not be understanding what I'm saying here correctly. I'm not saying just wait for someone to appear with the dowry. I mean, I'm telling you, we're in the swamp. So what I'm saying is, if she's working or doing that, I'm assuming that's what you mean with this biryani metaphor. Shah, if she's at the finish line with the dowry, she's bringing the raita, expecting your biryani to be perfect. If not, the raita won't save it. Yeah, why should you deserve a woman with the big dowry if you got nothing to show for yourself? She should be expecting something. And then if people that have something to show for it match up with each other, that evens out the market. That's how it works. So you're not just going to get there and stroll across and do nothing with yourself and then expect that this woman's going to come and save you. You need to have something to show for it yourself too. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but that's what I'm trying to go real hard here with your biryani metaphor. And you're saying if your biryani sucks, i.e. you haven't made good decisions in your own life, yeah, whatever she gives you is, I mean, if she is from a well-ordered family and she's well-ordered and she gets with you and you can't, you know, tell your thumb from your butt, I mean, that's just a disservice to her. You're introducing chaos into her. I wouldn't pair, you know what I mean? It's just like, that wouldn't make sense. All right. Cupid joins ranks of women's unions. So this is going to be from 1909. National League votes to establish a marriage dowry system. Spinsters in this way would also get show. Vacation benefits their portion. Japanese exclusion asked. This is another one of those harsh realities we got to deal with. They're not happy about Japanese being in here. New York woman presents report and paves way for the organization. So this is talking about people working and some kind of fund for them that, well, if they get married, it's sort of like a dowry, but if they don't get married, they can still get what's called the vacation portion, basically. Shots, the role reversal. Men think dowry means they are the princess who needs saving and women are not going to do that. Yeah, you're 100% right. And that's where the endogamy comes in. We've just read on these papers today the demands of the woman's side of the family, how it should match her assets. So, I mean, ideally, I'm just trying to give something for guys out there that are doing things diligently and working, and they have a, you know, not doesn't mean you got to be rich, but you're making something, you're doing something with your life. I don't know if Jason misunderstood that, but just to be clear about it. How about both fulfill roles, both provide and spend equal time with kids? Yes, I agree with that too. And I mean, most of the people that I know are married. It's like the kids and the chores and stuff are split anyways. And let's be honest, enough people in tradcon marriages are doing chores and doing that kind of stuff too. It ends up that way. All leveraged from a dead bedroom. And then you know, staring at the barrel of a family court loaded pistol. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I put all the kids to sleep. This is what I see out here. I put all the kids to sleep. I washed all the dishes. She still, you know, wasn't in the mood. And then you're just held hostage. Do you want to be held hostage, or do you at least want to say, okay, this is so whack, I'm leaving out of here, and at least the injury to me is going to be less so than if I took the tradcon deal. That's all I'm getting at here. How about both fulfill roles? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think for me, it's just about being realistic about what options are on the table. So it's just like, I'm looking at all this stuff in the past literature just to better dislodge what tradcons kind of put down our throats today. So if I can push back on them sufficiently, I can say, hey, this is whatever you're saying doesn't make sense, or it's not even possible. A lot of people, this is what we kind of got to deal with out here. So we got to be realistic about it. You know, that's really the case. Yes, but tradcons aren't being provided half the bills from their wives because they're fake traditional men. Well, yeah, and then they're married with cosplay wives. Shah, what about dead bedroom being the result of lack of romance in marriage? That's an interesting question I think about too, because it seems like the dead bedroom comes in when the romance dies, and then they can't stand each other, or at least one person can't stand the other. Then you got a problem. The other question is, okay, people who take this kind of style of marriage, well, what is it like for them? You know what I mean? The other problem is a lot of people out here's brains are just completely destroyed from the nudie videos. You know what I'm saying? From the nudie-graphy or whatever, from the OF, from the P-Hub. So it's just, you know what I mean? People are on here on some different stuff like never before. You got kids out here with cell phones that can see all kinds of things. It's a disaster out here. People's minds are warped and just nuts, you know? And in the one sense, you know, they may be, she may be reading something in a romance novel where you're just like, what the heck? And then you're looking at something on screen and she might be like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? That's gross. So we're at this other place. I mean, again, we got all these other problems, you know, at this point, and people are trying to deal with that however they can. And you know, one way or another, however you deal with that, it's how you deal with it. So I don't know. I don't know if I can promise not a dead bedroom, but I'd like to think if the husband and wife have more of a mutual respect for each other, with skin in the game, then it might be different. But if one person knows they got you like this, they might not be that into you. And that's where the lottery winner effect comes in too. The lottery winner effect is like, okay, she's on her best behavior, she gets you, and then a year or two after, she's back to her same mindset even before she got you, because it's just you win the lottery and then a year or two later, you've just got all your same emotional stuff going on. Elaine Klaus says, so you're basically describing third wave feminism. To Vivian, we can totally agree on that. That's exactly what we were talking about, how to deal with that in long-term relationships. Elena says, the moment she starts chore playing her husband, the marriage is done. Yeah, and if, you know, the part that sucks about all this is how family law is oriented. So if you're staring at that and you're in this, she doesn't need to bring anything. And then, like, at this point, it's like, I almost, like, how can I, if enough of this is out there and people are still taking that deal and then they go through the divorce and they're like, well, it's not fair, I got to pay alimony and do all this stuff. Well, it's like, dude, what did you expect? Like, you took such a crap deal on this. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, listen, be MGTOW. If you're going to be MGTOW, if we're doing a marriage strike, so to speak, this is what we're putting out there to say, hey, this is a deal worth taking. And it's backed by historical knowledge, which gives us some grounding to stand on, you know? Yeah, Elena's right. Jason says, my dad's been chore playing for the last 20 years. He's miserable. Man, hey, man, shout out to your dad, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. He sounds like he's probably a good guy at heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure he means well, you know, and it's just a tough situation, man. Go give your dad a big hug for me. Even though he'd probably be like, why are you giving me a hug? That's really weird. Do something nice for your dad, man. Just figure that out. God bless the man. Tradcons are abusing traditional principles of men, but they don't hold women to the same traditional standards. Yeah, and for me, the annoying thing is really just like the beating over the head they do of the younger guys. It's like you're putting a pressure on them that is not feasible. I just want them to have something to say back to the Tradcons. That's just like, okay, Mr. Tradcon dad, what's the dowry situation look like? You know what I mean?
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
And then they're going to be like, oh, well, you should be marrying my daughter for love. And you're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? We know that's a disaster. And just go back and forth, you know, and have a man-to-man conversation with them. That's what they need to hear. The first parent to save a dowry for their daughter, I swear, they're gonna probably have, I really believe this, not even probably, they're going to have a so much better time in the disaster we're in. They're going to be like, oh my God, it was, wow. And they're going to see that. And when other people hear about it, they're going to be jealous of those people. They're going to be like, dang, these people were thinking about this for a long time. And they actually had enough wherewithal and sense to be able to save something for her. They actually cared about their daughter. And my daughter's, you know, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? And it's just like, they'll look at themselves and they'll look at what their daughter's doing. Like, it does sound like I'm making big promises, but I think if someone tried that and saw like how that can work as a negotiating tactic, whether that's with the son-in-law, whether that's with your own daughter. It's like, you can do OF if you want to. You do whatever you want. You want to get this big old tattoo on the side of your body that looks terrible. And I'm embarrassed to bring you around other family members. And you know, oh my God, you can do that, but you're not getting this anymore. You're not getting anything anymore. Go do what you want. Fine. You know, and that sucks. And it's easier said than done as a parent to probably do that. But at least you'll have some leveraging in that situation, you know? So, Vivian says, just monkey branch to the richest man possible and then hire maids and nannies and simp for each other until you die. Eros love is not dependent on romantic love. All the contrary, Eros love is there to complement a reciprocal storge love. A kind of love is based on logic and economic compromise. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. And it's almost like a romantic love is, and this was supposed to be the thing that like Red Pill figured out. Red Pill figured out that like Blue Pill romantic love or simping doesn't get you the quote unquote genuine attraction. It diminishes the attraction in the woman. She's in a position to where she's transacting her body for what she can get out of you. And then once the lottery winner effect takes a hold, then, you know, then she's free to, well, I'm not attracted to you. He forced me during marriage. I wasn't in the mood. I didn't want to do that, you know? And then you're on this quest to figure out how to, like, you're in the Minotaur's labyrinth trying to figure out how to get this woman, you know what I mean, to be a little moist every once in a while. So it's just, it's the red pill was supposed to pop guys out of that and say, hey, this is the intersexual dynamics Chilton manual to show you how that actually happens and what they're actually attracted to. That is separate. That is separate from this protect and provide and this and that. That's a different set of behaviors. So if these things are separate and attraction is separate, that's one thing. And then negotiating a marriage contract and all these other pragmatic, practical concerns is yet another thing and not the same. Okay, back to the spinsters. Chicago, October 2nd. No longer need young women. Oops, let me take this off. No longer need young women be deterred from joining trade unions by the excuse that they are about to be married. The adoption of a system of granting marriage dowries to members of the women's unions, thereby aiding in the time-honored labor of Dan Cupid, was decided upon by the Biennial Convention of the National Women's Trade Union League. The plan, which was adopted to induce women to join unions of their craft, provided that when any member of the organization marries, she shall be represented with the dowry, the amount to be conditional on the number of years she has been a member. For the benefit of spinsters and those who for reasons of their own may choose to remain single, an amendment was adopted to the plan providing for the payment of vacation dowers. To them, in lieu of the marriage dowries they would have received in the event they had entered the state of conjugal bliss. So yeah, I mean, listen, if you're going to, you're a spinster, you couldn't find that guy. Unfortunately, he took another woman. It's just sad. You're just like, okay, well, I'm pushing 40. We got a plan for you here. I mean, so you're not going to get the dowry, but we can give you vacation dowers every now and then, get you out of town. Maybe you'll meet somebody. That'd be great too. They would have, in lieu of the marriage dowries they would have received in the event they had entered the state of conjugal bliss. Great success in England. After the spinsters had been provided for, the plan was adopted unanimously. The proposition came before the convention in the shape of a report of the Committee on Organization read by Miss Rose Schneiderman of New York. It was shown that inducements along similar lines have been tried among working women in England, and according to Miss Marie MacArthur of London, the scheme has proved a great success there. The National Executive Board was authorized to work out the plan on the basis of a graded scale and put it into operation as soon as possible. It is likely that special funds will be put aside for the purpose, and each member credited with $10 a year to apply to either the marriage dowry or the vacation benefit. In 10 years, the girls who decided to marry would be entitled to $100, and a similar sum would go to spinsters as a vacation benefit. Of course, we have not decided how much the amounts will be, said Mrs. Raymond Robbins, National President of the League. That is a matter to be worked out by the Executive Board. We believe, however, that whatever is decided upon, the scheme will be an inducement to unorganized working girls to join labor unions. All right, let's see what's up with the old maid discriminations, and we might even cover the exclusion clause for the Japanese. I don't know what that's about, but I think we could probably guess. Old maids discrimination. Originally, the plan was drafted to apply only to girls who decided to marry. Miss Emma Steffengen, I think if I pronounced that right, secretary of the Chicago League, declared, however, that we old maids heard about the discrimination and we kicked up a fuss. How dare you? There are some of us who don't expect to marry, and we objected to letting all the good things go to other girls. It was a plain case of unjust discrimination, and we killed it. As the proposition stands now, we all have a chance to enjoy the bounty of the organization. As a matter of fact, who are more entitled to a benefit after years of service in the unions than the old maids? Coupled with the dowry plan, the convention voted to organize federated unions of women workers, with a central organization affiliated with the National League. It was decided also to request officers of international unions of the American Federation of Labor to send women organizers into unorganized territories for the purpose of aiding the League in the work of extending women's trade unions into every craft and occupation which women are engaged for a livelihood. All right, now let's see why they're getting on the Japanese women here. Among the resolutions introduced was one demanding that the Asiatic exclusion law be extended to include the Japanese, the Koreans, and all other Asiatic races from the United States. Miss Louise LaRue of the Waitresses Union of San Francisco was its sponsor. This resolution promises to stir up the one big fight of the convention, while the San Francisco and other delegates from the Pacific Slope, is that what that says, will make a strong fight for its adoption. It is practically certain that the Chicago and Eastern delegates, several of whom are settlement workers and sociological students, will cause, oh man, if this continues on another page, will cause the defeat of the resolution on the ground of humanity and brotherly love. This might be the beginning of some of these immigration discussions. All right, so there's that one there. I'm going to do another one. This is where we're going to hear from the senators' wives. And then once we do that, we'll talk about, we'll get into Greece here. We'll get into Greece. Hey, I like looking at the stuff on the paper that's like advertisements. This is how it worked back then. It's like you'd pull up the paper and you'd be like, oh, this is cool. $1.50 for an excursion to Chicago. Oh, what do you think about that? Oh, yeah, how about we go ahead and reach out to them and get some tickets for that? Or we could take the Wabash Railroad. Leave Lafayette train, number 28, 5:27 a.m., arrive at New York City, 7:45. Doesn't sound like a bad deal. We could spend the day in New York. The train carries through sleepers to New York City. The road of anthracite. Nice. Home wanted. Does that mean you? If so, we have for sale homes, large and small, from $750 to $10,000. Let's talk it over. We will be glad to serve you in real estate, insurance, loans, settling estates, abstracts, or rentals. William C. Mitchell. Wow. What a beautiful piece of history that is. What a beautiful piece of history. Okay, let's hear from these fine ladies here. I like how this looks like a horseshoe. Look at this, another cheap homes ad from $2,500 to $10,000 on easy monthly payments. Gosh, this is 1891, and we're talking dowries from like 10 to 20,000. Anyways, the daughter's dowry. So now we're gonna hear what upper class American women think. About this. All right. Daughter's dowry. Leading ladies interviewed on marriage portions. Husbands and money matters. This is a long one, guys. I don't know if I'm going to torture you with all this, but we'll read a few of them. Husbands and money matters. Mrs. Postmaster General Wanamaker favors dots, but Mrs. Noble says they are the relics of barbarism. Okay. So this is going to be in Washington, February 19th, 1891. Should American girls have dowries? Should we settle a portion upon our daughters at marriage? These questions I have asked for some of our most noted society ladies during the past week, and I find their answers interesting in the extreme. I first called upon Mrs. Senator Sherman. She said, oh God, I was so tempted to make like a Julia Child voice, but I'm not going to do that. Shout out to Julia Child. I do watch the show sometimes, like even on YouTube. I am in favor of dowries for our daughters, though I do not think the matter should be a compulsory one as in France. I believe, however, that both husband and wife are all the happier for the possession of means of their own, and every parent who values his daughter's best happiness will not hesitate to endow her upon the event of her marriage. I have often expressed this sentiment in our family, and I believe that no father should he possess sufficient means, is justified in placing his child in a position where she will be entirely dependent upon the whims of another. It is a wise regulation of the French government to provide by the settlement of a marriage portion for the permanent support of the wife, so that she can never be left in want, no matter how improvident the husband may be. Nevertheless, I know, continued Mrs. Sherman, of any number of instances in which the system has proved rather disastrous. You may probably have heard of the marriage of Miss Gordon of Cleveland, Ohio, to Count Villain of Belgium. The affair created quite a sensation at the time, as Miss Gordon was a beautiful girl and the only child of a millionaire. We got a millionaire heiress over here, who was violently opposed to his daughter wedding a foreigner. Oh, okay, so the father wasn't feeling it. I don't know about this. The parents opposed the match for a while and made every effort to draw their child out of the way of temptation. Romantic love. The lover, however, was not to be thwarted. Here comes Romeo, everybody. And when the affair became unavoidable and parents determined to make the best of it, a meeting was arranged with the lover for the purpose of signing the settlements. And when the preliminaries were being discussed, the amount of the dot became a subject of considerable controversy. At length, the father asked what money the count's family intended to bestow upon him. This question rather staggered the young man, who hastened to explain that no such custom prevailed in his country so far as the husband was concerned. That's an interesting tactic. So the dad didn't want the daughter marrying him, so he was like, screw that, I'm going to ask them for a dowry. And it just probably killed the whole thing. Very well then, added Mr. Gordon, unless you can show an equal amount either in money or lands, you cannot have my daughter. After considerable cabling and much discussion, the question was finally settled by the consent of the Count's father to transfer to his son property valued at $100,000. Not until then would the millionaire agree to the demand, and he immediately settled a life interest upon the young couple of $10,000 a year, 10%. 10% of the amount conferred upon the groom. 3 years later, afterwards, the wife died, and today the widower continues to receive the annual allowance. Oh, man. Agreed upon from his father-in-law, notwithstanding the fact of his second marriage. I might quote other instances of a similar character, Mrs. Sherman went on, but they would all go to prove that foreigners seldom overlook the all-important dot in a question of marriage. With an American girl, no matter how fondly they may love the woman, and the subject is worthy of more serious consideration among those who have their children's lasting happiness to consider. You are doubtless familiar, continued Mrs. Sherman, with Lucy Hooper's advice to her countrywomen. In one of her letters written from abroad, I know that does not look pretty on the screen, guys. I'm sorry. In one of her letters written from abroad after her marriage, she thus forcibly put the case. My dear young American sisters, if you must have a pet, purchase a spaniel, but never buy a French count. Miss Hooper's father, at council at Paris, had many curious experiences brought to his notice in his official capacity. Not the least original of which was the case of a young wife whose fancy had been enthralled, like many another American girls, by the glitter of a title. One day, while seated at his desk, he was interrupted by the entrance of a lady who feelingly explained that her husband, a Frenchman, had informed her that by the laws of France, which required the presence of the resident foreign minister, or at least counsel at the ceremony to ensure the legality of the contract, their marriage did not hold good in his own country, and that in consequence of the absence of such a representative at the church, she could no longer claim his allegiance as a husband. Sympathizing with the woman in her trying and questionable position, Mr. Hooper very gently explained that unfortunately there did exist such a law, and that he was powerless to help her. To his astonishment, his visitor delightedly exclaimed that it is all true as he said, and I am free to marry whom I choose. I am so glad, for there is another man whom I love very dearly. Okay. Mrs. Wanamaker, wife of our Postmaster General, is a woman of culture and rare common sense, and having spent several years in foreign travel, is fitted to express intelligent views on this subject. So let's see what the Postmaster General's wife has to say. I called upon her one morning not long since and found her luxuriously ensconced in her pretty boudoir in the midst of her regular daily work of correspondence. She was answering dozens of private notes and letters of charitable appeals. She said, I think that the question of bestowing a dot or wedding portion should be entirely optional, not compulsory as it is abroad. Such arrangements are in many instances productive of much evil and of considerable financial embarrassment. As an illustration of this, I recall the case of a wealthy Frenchman who had 3 wedded daughters, upon each of whom he had bestowed a dot far in excess of his private means. 2 of his sons-in-law had been taken into partnership with him, and in consequence he had impoverished himself, when otherwise he would have been rich in this world's goods. Many American girls possess independent means, and their future is provided for without additional endowment. As to girls not so situated, I hardly think that any man of means would care to permit his daughter to leave her home unendowed and thereby place her in a position of comparative dependence. Okay, let's see what Mrs. Secretary Noble's got to say. Mrs. Noble says, I do not like the idea of giving dowries. I think them degrading and a relic of a barbaric age. When the subject is looked at in its true light, it degenerates into a mere question of barter. Among Indian tribes, the habit is always to pay down a bounty or purchase money, either in lands or in equal value in beads, skins, or wampum, upon the choice of a bride from among the dusky daughters of the nation. If the maiden be well favored and possessed of superior attractions, the money is paid over by the groom into the hands of the father, and the young girl becomes a wife with all the show and ceremony of early barbaric custom. Mrs. Noble, wow. Should the maid be ill-favored or devoid of personal charms, a handsome sum is paid by the parent as a bonus thrown in after the manner of a chromo to equalize the bargain. Okay. There is to me, Mrs. Noble went on, something repulsive in the bare consideration of dowry giving in a civilized community. And in an age of Christian advancement, on the other hand, a father possessed of any means would be unreasonable to permit his child to enter into the matrimonial state empty-handed. More especially should the man of her choice be possessed of a moderate income and steady business habits. A fair start in life is the secret of a successful future, and many men are too often hampered in their youth by the burden of family expenses that cripple their best efforts. At a time when a little discreet financial aid would set them afloat upon the sea of success with favorable winds to waft their bark, there is a wise clause in English jurisprudence that provides for the support of a wife from an endowment contained in the marriage settlement. We need to bring marriage settlements back. Such a dot being unconditionally belongs unconditionally to the wife, and she can withhold it, notwithstanding the demands of the husband. So Mrs. Noble actually ended up kind of being not so harsh here. Mrs. Carlyle on happy marriages. Mrs. Carlyle expresses short but decided views in favor of the dowry. She said, a woman should always possess means of her own if she expects to enjoy a perfectly congenial wedded life. Even the most generous of husbands often overlook the smaller needs of a household that form so important a factor in the general comfort and happiness, and very few women care to be constantly making petty demands upon their husbands, preferring often to go without a necessity rather than annoy a man by little importunities of this kind. Until at length a lack of mutual confidence engenders misunderstandings that prove the beginning of serious estrangements. It is the same thing over again as that brought out in the allowance system, and if the wife possesses independent means, the wheels of domestic machinery run smoothly forward without jar or hindrance. By all means, give your daughters a wedding portion, should your fortune permit, and do not thrust her from the paternal nest, unsupplied with necessary protection from future want. I like Miss Carlyle. Mrs. Senator McPherson approves them. Mrs. McPherson, wife of the senator from New Jersey, has spent much of her life in foreign travel, and probably there are few corners of the world which at one time or another she has not visited. A woman of keen intelligence and considerable literary taste, she has made a careful study of the various customs and national peculiarities. I asked her whether she approved of the giving of dowries. I do most emphatically, she answered. For the sake of a woman's individual happiness, if for no other reason, it is a wise provision, and I believe that every parent who has his child's best welfare at heart would not neglect so important a duty. I mean, of course, in case he can afford to do so. Abroad, the custom is universally observed, and a foreigner seldom, if ever, seeks an American wife from among those less blessed by fortune. The recent marriage of Miss Audenried and Count Devon of France is yet another instance of title allying with solid American gold. Everyone, of course, knows that the Count was head over ears in love with his bride, but the main chance was not overlooked, and the dowry was satisfactorily settled in compliance with the French law before the contract was sealed at the altar. The amount of Miss Audenried's income is variously estimated from $4,000 to $8,000, to which her mother has added a dot of several thousand more. out of her handsome fortune, that will, in all probability, revert eventually to her daughter.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Mrs. Senator Wolcott doesn't approve of dowries. Mrs. Wolcott's wife, Mrs. Wolcott, wife of the senator from Colorado, was at first rather disinclined to express her views, as she had never seriously considered the question. But she soon warmed up to the subject and replied to one or two leading questions, ardently espoused the opposite view. Mrs. Wolcott went on to explain that she considered domestic happiness better secured by total dependence on the part of the wife. She said, "In every male breast there lives a spark of latent chivalry that is sure to be called forth by the demand for protection on the part of the weaker vessel. And his manly pride is roused by the demand upon his rightful sovereignty over those who are dependent upon his strength, just as the very dependency of an infant claims our natural love and care." This is kind of getting to what we were talking about a little earlier in the chat about the about that neotonia, or that sort of infant thing. We Americans are far too apt to indulge in the habit of imitating foreign customs instead of preserving that boasted independence so hardly won by our forefathers. And the worst of it is that we by no means adopt the best of them. We usually follow some foolish, brief fancy originating in distant lands by a class of people possessing totally opposite requirements. The French, as well as many other Europeans who observe this law of dowry giving, live very happily to all appearances. But the truth is that the women of other countries expect less from their husbands than we Americans enjoy. One thing, however, I have noticed among foreigners is that the wife of a Frenchman is far more respected in the light of counselor to her husband than with us, and is consulted upon every and any emergency, whether of public or private demands, and the wisdom of her advice generally followed. The trouble with us lies in the fact that we have developed into a money-getting, money-loving race that in following the practical, we lose the joy of the ideal, and the sweet romance of love is destroyed in the effort. Do you not think that much depends upon the character of the man, whether or not such total dependence results in happiness? Of course, replied Mrs. Wolcott. Where a man is a tyrant by nature, no domestic congeniality or wedded joy can be expected under any consideration. I wonder if that's her way of saying the bad boy. But every true man will guard his wife from a feeling of dependence and treat her with consideration, whether she possess private means or come to him empty-handed. A real man. By all means, let us avoid the adoption of any custom, but preserve our individuality as a nation, and let circumstances guide our action in this question, as in every other event of life. We're actually kind of making it through this paper. Hey, look at this. It says the airship. This is so long ago, they're like talking about the beginnings of planes, and they called them airships. Mrs. Senator Carey tells how it is in Wyoming. The wife of Senator Carey of Wyoming is one of the handsomest among the ladies of the senatorial circle. A typical Western woman possessed of all the independence and self-reliant spirit engendered by a life spent in an atmosphere of progressive suffrage. Sounds feminist. That in no way detracts from the dignity and tenderness of her nature as wife and mother. She holds independent views differing materially from those held by Mrs. Wolcott. She advocates equality of individual rights in the matter of fortune, as in all other respects. I dropped in upon her one morning not long since at her handsome suite of apartments in the Arlington, and found her a keen advocate of the superior advantages resulting from the system of dowry giving. Okay, well, hey, shout out to her. She said, I am firmly convinced that married life is always the happier for the possession of means on the side of the wife. No matter how thoughtful and generous the husband may be, for no matter how lavishly the head of the house provides for the domestic comfort, there are always little unexpected demands cropping up that no woman cares to be forever asking to supply. Then, too, there are occasional small charities or pet acts of kindness that one likes to indulge in, and if she be possessed of even a limited allowance of her own, she feels truer pleasure in the dispensing of the funds than in giving double the sum supplied through the generosity of her husband. No one has a happier or more congenial wedded life than mine, or a more lavishly indulgent partner. Hey, they were using the word partner back then. Yet for that very reason, I often refrain from making demands upon his purse. I believe, in fact, that the pleasure derived from some little act of personal generosity out of a private purse far outweighs any mutual gift. In no state in the Union are women more highly honored or more connubially happy than in Wyoming, simply for the reason that the laws of universal suffrage there prevail in a perfected state, and as a rule, men hold their wives in a higher degree of respect and look upon them as their equals in all things. Okay. There are fewer cases of divorce and fewer domestic discords, besides which the laws of women's suffrage are productive of greater fairness in regard to wages. Okay, so this is like, feminism coming in. The pay of a woman in every trade and profession is the same as that of a man performing equal labor. This law, okay, well, I don't know what we're all talking about the wage gap for. We're over here in 1891. The pay of a woman in every trade and profession is the same as that of a man performing equal labor. Here it is, folks. This law also extends to the right of inheritance. Should a man die intestate worth less than $10,000, the entire amount goes to his widow. Should his fortune be larger, the half of the sum to any amount is hers. The remaining half to be divided among the children. The same rule holding good when the money comes through the woman. Speaking of the advantages of independent means, Mrs. Carey continued, recalls the case of a friend out west who married a man of a terribly jealous nature and who illy concealed his dislike of the spirit of independence engendered in his wife by the possession of an annual allowance from her father. At length, he determined to settle the matter and called upon his father-in-law with the request that the allowance be discontinued, in order that upon him alone must the wife learn to depend. Such instances are, however, of rare occurrence, and the majority of husbands are far better satisfied to feel that their helpmeet possesses a protection from sudden reverses of fortune should a financial crash occur or sudden death remove their lawful protection. We'll finish this one up, and then I got one more American article, and then what we'll do is we'll move into the Greek one. I got a couple Greek ones, and then we'll call it from there. Another Western view. Mrs. Warren, wife of the new senator from Wyoming, was present during our conversation. Having only the night previous arrived in the city to join her husband, in reply to my request for her personal views upon the question, she laughingly responded, I endorse Mrs. Carey in all that she has said, and am sure that every woman within the boundaries of the free state of Wyoming will agree with me. For nearly 20 years, I have cast my vote at the polls, and I feel nonetheless the right to claim the respect accorded the weakest of my sex from every true man, and am happy in the love and esteem of one of the best husbands in the world. Okay, Mrs. Vice President Morton. Mrs. Morton preferred to express no decided views in reference to publicly discuss questions without more time for their serious consideration. I like how some of these women are like, I haven't had time to think about this, so I don't want to give you an answer. That's a good thing. Then my more time for their serious consideration than my present demand would permit. Yet she added that she did not realize the necessity for the introduction of any such marriage settlement in this country as prevails abroad. Come and see me in a few years when daughters are old enough to seriously force the consideration upon me, and I will be better prepared to answer you, she said, and turned the conversation with her natural tact. I regretted her decision all the more, coming from a woman whose sound common sense would bear all the more forcibly upon the topic. All right, guys, we made it. We made it. The Illinois airship still declines to soar. However, the stockholders are becoming quite sore. This looks like the beginning of airplane technology. Man may take advantage of natural laws, but he cannot overcome them. So soon as he leaves the Earth's surface, he goes beyond the field of physical action, and having done this, he encounters obstacles with which he is absolutely unable to contend. He is at the mercy of forces whose qualities are absolute and whose powers are utterly beyond his control. So long as he is earthly, he must remain a creature of the earth. The Chicago airship will, of course, travel. The management explains that the screw wheel in the bow causes a vacuum, and everything rushes for a vacuum. Possibly the stock. God, these are some big promises here. Hey, we did get airplanes out of that. Okay, I'll try to get this text out of your guys' face, and we'll do one more American. Well, the rest of them are going to be American articles, including the Greek ones, but we'll do one more one that pertains to the U.S. And it's just an interesting story about dowries that were being given out from a charity fund for a long time, and I think the South, that was a carryover from the French influence there. You guys seem to have been talking a lot. Seems like it's mostly amongst yourselves. Elena says, most women today require a lot of taming, though. They view men's authority as abuse. Okay. Most men are good at heart. I think that's true. Single men do chores all the time. My generation can do chores by themselves. Yeah, I mean, if people are getting married at 30, it's like, unless you're living in a freaking dump like that, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know, selling yourself on, like a woman selling herself on chores and cooking isn't the biggest deal to me, only because, I'm used to just doing that for myself. My generation can do chores by themselves and work at the same time. We want women to come up with more than just house chores. Absolutely. I agree with that. I have no problem throwing a steak on a cast iron or the grill or baking some eggs in the morning and washing some dishes. Elena says, my TradCon dad, your daughter belongs to the kitchen and she needs to know how to cook well. Clean the house and please and respect her husband if she wants him to love and take care of her. Okay. Gosh, let me just get a sip of water. Man, see, now Trevor was right. I should have had more videos to break up things. I could probably find more gorilla videos. Gosh, I'm so glad tomorrow's Sunday. I got a long week tomorrow. Not tomorrow, excuse me. Monday going forward. Okay, so just a little piece of history here. Oh, it's all good. Chat all y'all want. It pays to get married. Dowry applicant Sandra Altazine applies for gift from benefactor who died in 1824. We got a picture there. It Pays to Get Married by Sid Ross and John Mollison. This is in 1968. So we got a paper from 1968. Real quick, Klaus says, to be fair, chores nowadays are a nothing burger with all modern appliances. I have all the time savers, no matter how expensive. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Between dishwashers and, doing your laundry is not like the biggest deal. I mean, you put it in there, you set the thing, you put it in the dryer, and then you just fold it when it's done and hang whatever you got to hang. You know, and every now and then you got to clean the bathrooms and vacuum and do some things. Yeah, women make a big deal out of it. It Pays to Get Married by Sid Ross and John Mollison. Okay. This month, 52 new bridegrooms here are receiving notices in the mail. Come to the courthouse, the letters say, and pick up the amount due your wife. Then each man goes down and collects a check, this year for $63.50. It will be the latest example of an old wedding custom unique in the United States. The West Baton Rouge Parish, every bride who has lived in the parish 5 years is given, no strings attached, a cash dowry. Wow. How much she gets depends on how many have married in the past 12 months and how many apply. And the money, of course, goes not to her, but to her groom, as dowries did in the old days. But after the couple can do anything they wish, with it. According to legend, it's all because of an ill-fated romance back in the 1700s. In those days, in Nantes, France, a young man named Julien Delalande Poydras fell in love with the girl from a poor family. But because custom dictated that her father provide Julien with the dowry and the family had no money, the sweethearts could not be married. So Julien migrated to Louisiana, became a plantation owner, congressman, president of the Bank of Louisiana, and died a bachelor. Man, he did all that and died a bachelor. Perhaps his heart just was too too hurt from that prior rejection from that, his beloved's father. In his will, he set aside $30,000 to give dowries to all girls of West Baton Rouge Parish who happened to get married. Since the first recorded distribution was made, well over 2,000 brides have been given a helping hand toward the altar. Or more precisely, the Poydras Fund has given a nuptial nudge to possibly reluctant males since they do the actual collecting. The fund has paid out more than $300,000 in 113 years, and its original stake has grown to more than $60,000. Thanks to the sale of leases on potentially oil-rich land, amounts paid depend on how much the fund earned in interest during the previous 12 months. The 1966 group got $84.50 apiece. The highest dowry payment was $688.79.5 was made to each of 3 couples in 1860. The lowest, $399, was paid in 1930. The exact amount isn't known. Isn't known until after January 31st each year. The deadline to make applications in person for marriages that took place the preceding calendar year, checks are usually issued in March and April. You have to apply to receive the money. However, and not everyone applies. Among the residents of the parish, there are inevitably 2, 3, or even more generations of the same family who have been thankful for Poydras' generosity. Among them are Mrs. Helen Loop, with 4 children, married 24 years ago, and her daughter, Mrs. Joan Loop Simpson, married for 4 years with 2 children. The mother got $96 and the daughter $79. I remember enjoying the money when we got it, Mrs. Loop says. I applied because it was something we parish brides were entitled to. I bought a baby bed for our first child. Her daughter, Joan, says it was real nice of Mr. Poydras to set up this fund. At my wedding, my parents gave us different things for the house, but no money. The $79 sure helped. I paid part of my obstetrician's bill. Sure, I minded a bit the money going to my husband instead of me. After all, I was the bride. Really, it made no difference. I got 2 sons. I hope they'll have at least 1 daughter each so the girls will be able to apply when they get married. Lovely blonde Mrs. Sandra Lever Altazan, 21-year-old senior at Louisiana State University who was wed last August, is not bothered that her husband will collect the $63.50. I'll get the money anyway, she laughs. I think Mr. Poydras was a sweet little old man. I'm sorry he couldn't get his girl. I'm glad the situation isn't like that today. Otherwise, maybe I wouldn't have been able to get married. Mrs. Jacqueline Folks LaFaux, a 3rd-generation beneficiary of the fund, says, I applied because it was offered to us. Did we need it? Money always comes in hand after you're married. I used it for a down payment on a sewing machine. You know, very few things are offered for nothing in this country. The fund is a wonderful thing for young married couples. Ben C. Duval. Oh, look, you got a picture of these nice folks over here. That's pretty cool. What a blast from the past. Ben C. Duval, president of the parish's policy jury, one of 3 commissioners who administer the fund, is pleased that his parish is the only place in the country, possibly in the world, where girls get dowries in this way. I hope this beautiful custom will go on through the ages, he says. Okay. Gosh, we made it pretty far, guys. I have even this fancy steam iron thing for blowing my business shirts. I love this thing. It's such a burden for women to press a button on a dishwasher. I don't know what that means. If I were a man, I wouldn't select a wife only on age. Men don't actually vet women. That's why women steamroll them. Men, I need to get one of those. Also a laundry machine, although I like washing my clothes by hand, even though I lose some time. Time is money. I hear you on that. You know, for some reason, like when I wash the dishes, I always do them by hand, even though I have a dishwasher, and I wash them and place them in the dishwasher rack when I could just place them in there and turn on the dishwasher. It's just, but you know, the thing is I don't have that many dishes to wash. Let's see. Okay. Is there any other American stuff that's worth showing? I think we kind of went over a lot of the big stuff there that I have a ton of these things, And I was having trouble choosing them before the stream. Like, I didn't know what I was going to do. I was like surrounded by papers with tiny text. And I was like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I don't know if we need to read that one. Clippings 2. How you guys doing in there? You guys think you can handle a little bit more?
Do you have the stomach?
I don't think I missed much in the chat. Jason says he doesn't have to pay your bills. Just being able to is enough to keep your hypergamy in check. Huh. I love these shows when you read and analyze these old services, Shah. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know they're probably not the best. I mean, probably the most fun is reacting to videos. I get it, but we'll be back to regular programming next week. I just wanted to showcase these just so it's on the channel. You know what I mean? I think we should go in for the Greek stuff. All right, so now we're gonna come over to the 70s. All right, so now we're in the 70s. Klaus says, in any case, very interesting how long this simping is going on. I was not aware of that. I thought it was more of a recent thing. Mr. Pitt says, keep going. Heck yeah. Okay, well, I got some. We'll talk about the Greece stuff. So that's going to be good. Honestly, my favorite article so far sharing was the one with those love letters in it. When I was reading that, I was like, oh my God. I honestly wish Coach would review that newspaper article, only because it's just so like, I've heard people in the manosphere talk so much about like not sending certain texts and like them being used against you. Now, I've specifically heard Coach warn against that multiple times when it comes to like, she's screenshotting everything. You know what I mean? And it's so true. And the minute something goes bust, you think you're just like, damn, all that crap I sent her, it just lives. I can't even go in there and delete it now. You know what I mean? Like, damn, hopefully she just deleted everything. There's nothing you can do about it at that point. Keep reading, Shah. We love it. All right. Y'all got it. I'm just not sure what we can learn about that. All right. This one is important right here. Abolish dowry call in Greece. The dowry, a Greek man's delight. Remember, I'm so fixated on Greece because it's so recent. Like they stopped doing the dowry in 83. That's not that long ago. And then Cyprus, it was like 90 or 91. They're like 80% Greek population. So they were doing the same thing. And I know it's not, it's a different region of Europe. It's a different kind of Christianity over there. So it's a little different, but it's interesting because on that side, they were really, it all kind of follows industrialization basically. And like industrialization kind of goes from like England, the US, and then it moves into like, Germany and France and these places. And it just slowly goes out. And as places are modernizing and all these things and feminism's coming in and the equal rights and all that, we're seeing a push against dowry. And feminists specifically, we're not liking dowry, which we're going to see here. Abolish dowry, call in Greece. The dowry, a Greek man's delight, but a burden for any aspiring bride-to-be, is coming under increasing fire after centuries of legal and social entrenchment. The controversial institution attached to the overwhelming majority of Greek marriages even today has now been submitted to Parliament for debate, oddly enough by a man. Deputy Gregorios Papastergiou has submitted a motion that the dowry system be abolished by law. He said it was anachronistic and contrary to the newly won constitutional provision for equality between men and women. I want to know which NGO gave him how much money to say that. That doesn't sound natural to me. That was paid for. Somebody paid for that. The deputy also called for a law providing for the exclusive responsibility of men in bearing the burdens of marriage. I don't understand. The most confusing part of this article, I don't understand how in one sentence you can say He said it was anachronistic and contrary to the newly won constitutional provision for equality between men and women. And in the very next sentence, it says the deputy also called for a law providing for the exclusive responsibility of men in bearing the burdens of marriage. If it's equal, then like, I don't get it. Like, how do you go saying, okay, they're both equal, yet only the man should carry the burden of responsibility for marriage? That doesn't make any sense. A date for the debate of Papastagu's motion has yet to be fixed, but it is expected to be warmly supported by the 7 women deputies of the 300-member parliament. Most of them are outspoken leaders of the budding feminist movement. Dun, dun, dun. There they are, folks, the feminists. In Greece, which has already made the dowry a major object of attack. See that? The feminists were like fixed. They were like, no, we got to get rid of that. We got to get rid of this. This was the thing they wanted to pull out to bring the entire thing falling down. This is why I say the dowry is the spear that can be aimed and thrown at the heart of feminism. The dowry, or troika in Greek, is centuries old. It takes the form of money, real estate, or any material gift to the bride by her parents upon marriage. The value often determines the social status of the husband to be attracted. It has consequently often been made an object of bargaining by demanding bridegrooms, known notoriously as proikoteres, or dowry hunters. Gentlemen, we're bringing dowry hunting back. All right, I want you to remember this. Proikoteres, dowry hunting. So we got love pirates from that old article. That was for the ladies, the apex predators. And we got dowry hunters from this one. The dowry remains entrenched in the nation's laws, which also gives the bride the legal right to demand it from any unwilling parent. In the case of divorce, the woman keeps her dowry. And we see that all over the world. Now, I got a couple of these on Greece. Real quick. Oh, gosh. We can learn about their mentality, how it balanced things out and kept feminine hypergamy at bay, so we can implement them into our modern days based on their ancestral philosophy. Yeah, I think learning about this will help people understand, or at least fashion maybe some kind of new strategies in dealing with this. Klaus says, man, I'm so glad I always hated texting and doing sappy phone calls. When I did these things, I only did them face to face. Probably have been very lucky. At the time, I had no idea. Yeah, I mean, let me tell you, in my first few go-arounds, I made the bad decisions to send things over text. Now, were they as bad as the stuff we read? Arguably, no. But, oh, man. Hey, we did the poll, and like 80% of us said we've been there. So I'm not alone in this, guys. All right? All right, let me pull up the next one. The dowry. It's my right.
Your dowry. It's my right.
All right. This one's going to be an interesting one. So this is 1980. And so remember, folks. Oh, so this is Working Women. This is Cedar Rapids Gazette. And anyways, yeah, interesting. So legislation threatens traditional Greek dowry. Copyright 1980, New York Times News Service, Athens. The traditional Greek dowry, a burden for the bride and her family, but a welcome lure for a prospective husband, may be abolished after an existence dating to Homeric times. Imagine doing something for since the time of Homer, the great, I believe ancient Greek poets and all these folks. And then you get to 1980 and you're like, yeah, let's just destroy. I mean, maybe that's too harsh. Let's just remove this foundational piece of our culture. After rare agreement between church and state, legislation is being drafted that could abolish it within a few months. Especially damaging for the tradition was the discovery that modern Greeks have been using it to evade taxes. Now, this is all, I'm looking at this as propaganda. What in the evading taxes? Abolition of the dowry is one of those few cases where we had unanimity. said Andreas Gazis, a professor at Athens University and head of a committee set up by the government to change family law as Greece prepares to join the common market in January. This right here. So they hired this guy to change family law because they're worried about joining the common market. So that's the ECC or whatever it was back then. And I know the mystery. See, this is a big clue, guys. The mystery behind this is there is, like a lot of these places are compelled by these bigger organizations to modernize and get up to speed, so to speak. So you need to do this with equality. You need to get rid of the dowry stuff. I really want to dig into this and find out what happened. Who was paying what money? I mean, you got all these people agreeing, all these politicians and stuff. Like, money was coming in. There was some kind of carrot at the end of this. Contrary to popular belief, we found that statistically, the number of marriages with legal dowry contracts had radically increased instead of decreasing, he said. Beyond its moral condemnation, abolition has become more imperative because Greeks are simply using dowries as a guise to avoid taxes. A recent study by the Social Research Center showed that of the 68,818 weddings in 1957, only 16.8% had Priko Symphona, formal dowry contracts, compared with 24.8% in 1974. The 1974 figure even surpassed pre-war levels, when the practice was more acceptable socially. There actually are dowries in the majority of weddings, but they often take the form of cash or valuable gifts without formal contracts being made. So the state is basically saying, hey, we can get more money out of families if we abolish the dowry, because basically what happens is anything that they inherit from their parents is going to be taxed at a higher rate. All right, that's the game here. So the state's making money on that also. Ghazi said that the reason for the increase was a 1972 law raising the tax-free level from 30,000 to 200,000 drachmas, or from 700 to 5,000. Taxation on dowries has always been half that paid for an inheritance or gift. So if you inherit something, you pay more taxes to the government. But if it's in the form of a dowry, it's less. So if they got rid of dowries, all that stuff that gets inherited, the government was going to get some more money. Many parents signed over property to daughters as dowries even several decades after the wedding. The strongest opposition to change had come from the Greek Orthodox Church. So that's interesting. So the Greek Orthodox Church was saying, no, we want to keep the dowries. But after a meeting this week between the governing Holy Synod and the Justice Minister, the church announced that it was not interested, quote unquote, if the dowry was abolished or not. It was not clear why the church changed its position. That's interesting. That's another big part of this. See, that's a big clue right there. So the church was all about dowries before. Then Greece is about to join the common market, and somehow, all of a sudden, they're funding research. They're funding sociologists and these social research centers to show that the dowry's bad and people are lying on their taxes. And somebody told the church to stand down is what happened. See that? The strongest opposition to change came from the Greek Orthodox Church. They're like, we've been doing this for 2,500 years, people. But after a meeting this week between the governing Holy Synod and the Justice Minister, that sounds like a strong arm to me. That's confusing. They went in there and they're like, we need you to say you're not interested in this. We need you to take a neutral position. Isn't that weird? There's a mystery here. There's a mystery here that needs uncovering. The dowry originated in ancient times as a contribution by the woman to the family. At the time, a wife was not expected to work outside the home, but she was expected to take care of the home and children. A man who expected his wife to work outside the home was seen as incapable of caring for the family. Negotiated marriages have often had the dowry as a key feature, with real estate or other valuables offered to attract a quote-unquote good husband. The need was accentuated by social pressures that stigmatized a woman who remains unmarried. Persistence of the dowry has proved socially harmful and an international embarrassment for the country, according to Aliki Marigopoulou, a deputy dean of the Athens School of Political Science and leader of a feminist group pushing for change. Of course she said that. It humiliates women. makes them an object of bargaining and marriage an economic transaction, and in fact also humiliates men by rendering them sort of purchased husbands, she said. Mrs. Morago-Poulos said dowries had become outdated since most Greek women now work, have similar educational opportunities as men, and can generate similar incomes. Okay, well, gentlemen, I mean, if we're looking at similar incomes here, then there better be some similar bill payings.
Your dowry, it's my right.
The report by the Social Research Center, doesn't that sound like a scam? The Social Research Center? What in the feminist NGO funded research center is that? The report by the Social Research Center said dowry. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know how it happened. Like, I want to follow the trail. Like, I want to see who was strong-arming this. You know what I mean? There's a mystery here about how this happened. I'm telling you. The report by the Social Research Center said dowries survived through the ages largely because of tradition. Yes, that's tradition. That is tradition. And the support of a large portion of the population that was over 65 and more inclined to respect tradition. It found that the practice had been shaken by workers who returned from industrial centers like the United States. See, we're exporting romantic love over here. And Western Europe with more financial security and less dependence on the dowry. So again, these guys are going to these new colleges and stuff in these places, and they're coming back with these new skills and modernization's coming, apartment buildings are coming. Hey, you know what? Screw what the parents say. We love each other. It's only $500 a month to rent out this apartment. Let's get our love story going. All that stuff's happening. Yet the prika, I think that's a misspelling. It should be proika. Yet the proika, which originated from the Greek word for gift or for free, still has admirers. In a letter to a newspaper this week, a lawyer pointed out that the dowry almost always remained in the wife's name and had to be returned if there was a divorce. He suggested that the dowry be maintained as just one of those necessary evils we should not worry too much about. But the Social Research Center said the dowry provoked deeper social and economic side effects. Pursuit of dowries has delayed marriages, giving Greece one of the most lowest proportions of married men and women under the age of 20. Oh, what a tragedy. Oh, people under the age of 20 aren't married yet. I mean, and look what we got now. Like people, like if you're married by 30, you're lucky. You're lucky if you're married by 30. They were like, dowries are stopping people from getting married. We have the most people under the age of 20. And now look at it. According to the United Nations, there we go. There's a big culprit right there. There's a path to follow. There's a trail to go sniffing up on and see what we find. According to the United Nations Demographic Yearbook, this stood at 2.7% of the total in 1968, similar to the Italian, West German, and Swedish levels, but far below Britain's 8.7% and Finland's 9.1%. Late marriages have meant fewer children and stagnant population growth. And you're saying the dowry caused that? Look at us now. I mean, we got free reign romantic love over here. Everywhere that gets this and that abolishes it, India just dropped below 2 for population, fertility, replacement level. And they've abolished the dowry. I actually saw a article about India today. I didn't read the whole thing, but it came up to their Supreme Court to reform their dowry laws because it is prohibited and it got rejected. Society must change. Supreme Court rejects plea seeking reforms in dowry, domestic violence laws. Declining to hear the plea, Justice Nagaratna said, society must change. We can't do anything. Parliamentary laws are there. So they pretty much declined to entertain it, and they're just like, well, which sought the appointment of an expert committee to review and reform the existing dowry and domestic violence laws to stop their misuse. So they're having an epidemic of that over there. It's a disaster. And I probably lost our picture. Oh, no, here we are. Okay. The Social Research Center report said families with daughters saved their money or invested in real estate so that it could be used later as dowry. Sounds responsible to me. An economically unproductive process in comparison with investing in industry, for example. The report said dowries cause disputes within families. Better to have the dispute at the beginning. With parents and daughters quarreling over amounts to be given and brothers complaining that they are an obstacle to their own advancement. It is not tradition, but always financial interest that has kept the dowry going. This is the feminist, Mrs. Marigopoulou said, and it has not kept families together, but to the contrary, it has caused friction. The sooner it goes, the better. And it's gone, and it's a disaster, right? So, I mean, this is what the feminists were selling back then. So yeah, here we are. We found ourselves. So yeah, you can see feminism's right there trying to undo this. I would say this funding research with a certain direction is reminding me of the Indian guy talking about research over there. That's what I mean. Like, this has been going on for a long time. I'm telling you, there's something to be found here. There's something to be found here. I just need to find, like, the documents. I need the documents. You know what I mean? I really do. It seems to be a recurring theme. Absolutely. I'm just going to buy a bunch of servants and then simp so hard I pass away. Vivian, with what money are you going to buy servants if you don't have dowry? Klaus, so the question is this research push from the outside to destroy the traditions? That is my contention. The craziest part about this is that the church probably supported this for, like, ever. And they were the strongest opposition. Then they have a meeting and they're like, hey, listen, we're going to make a lot of money off of joining the common market. We're going to need you to just kind of stand down. And even still, the church didn't say it was bad. They were just like, okay, they reached the deal and they were like, we're not interested if it gets abolished or not. Something happened there. And, like, I wish I could find more, like, primary sources on this. Because it's just like, this is what I was obsessed with today. Like, I was supposed to be preparing for this and I kept finding these. And I was like, something is going on. Something is going on. There's another one here. I think this is just another publishing of the same article. Greek dowries under criticism, The Citizen, Auburn, New York. I saved this one because it was more clearly written. Uh-oh. Oh, no, this one is different. Actually, let's read this one. It's kind of the same, but it's different. They're going to talk about domestic labor. Klaus says, you would have been a very good inquisitor in the Middle Age with your questions. Got it. Okay. Athens. Man, someday I would love to visit Athens. That's definitely on my list of places to visit. Like, think about how cool that would be. And you get to see all these historical places and things. That'd be pretty sweet. Greek dowries under criticism. So this is 1976. The dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
A Greek man's delight, but a burden for a bride-to-be, is coming under increasing fire here after centuries of legal and social entrenchment. The controversial institution attached to the overwhelming majority of Greek marriages, even today, has been submitted by a man to Parliament for debate. Deputy Gregorios Papastergiou of the liberal-oriented Union of Democratic Center introduced a motion that the dowry system be abolished as anachronistic and contrary to the newly won constitutional provision for equality between men and women. Papastergiou also called for a law providing for the exclusive responsibility of men in bearing the burdens of marriage. I'll never understand those two sentences put together. The measures are expected to be supported. If anything's going to make you go MGTOW, this right here will do it. The measures are expected to be supported by the 7 women in the 300-member parliament. Most of them are outspoken leaders of Greece's feminist movement, which already has made the dowry one of its targets. The dowry proika in Greek is centuries old. It takes the form of money, real estate, or any material gift. Okay, so we read that. The dowry remains entrenched in the nation's laws. which also gives the bride the legal right to demand it from an unwilling parent. In the case of divorce, the woman keeps her dowry. A widely read monthly newspaper called Wedding Matches carries proposals by men and women seeking mates. And women unfailingly specify a dowry offer. Oh, I'd love to see that. That's probably somewhere in the archives. A woman without some valued property may often find it difficult to get married, especially in the more backward provinces. Backward? Where arranged marriages are still more common than love matches. Oh, so you're backwards, huh, if you don't like the love match. Okay. Most Greek couples consequently prefer to have sons, fearing future dowry commitments. According to sociologists, according to sociologists, the principle behind the dowry was that it should serve as the woman's contribution to the couple's material effort. That's all we're trying to bring back here, guys. That sentence. The woman's contribution to the couple's material effort. That can even be added to the short definition, dang near. I mean, it pretty much is. Since the wife was expected to concentrate on the home and family and rarely to work, this base is crumbling as women enter professions in Greece's rapidly developing industrial society. As popular weekly magazine recently argued that a popular weekly magazine recently argued that a woman's housework alone was a precious dowry, adding up cooking, cleaning, washing, and babysitting costs. It put a housewife's value at 240,000 drachmas, or 7,500 annually. We were working all day. One notary public said abolition of the dowry would benefit the national treasury, although it would not stop parents from giving married children property or money in the form of a gift rather than a dowry. It automatically would double taxation on the transaction. See that? That's the inheritance. So if you get rid of dowry transactions had less taxes, as we read in the other article. And now that it becomes a formal inheritance, you have to pay double the you have to pay double the dowry tax, which is the inheritance tax. That's interesting. Taxation ranges from 0.3% on a dowry worth 240,000 drachmae, $7,500 to 12.5% on dowries over 4 million drachmae. Taxation on gifts, as with inheritance, is almost twice as high. Fascinating, isn't it? Isn't there something there, guys? There's something there. Something's going on. Something. Let's all go ahead and fly to Italy real quick. Where's my aeroplane? Yeah, you know, Italians like to make supercars. But anyways, no more dowry. This is 1972, guys. 1972, Independent Press Telegram. When Italy finally legalized divorce in December of 1970, there remained the problem of the dowry. The dowry, or goods and money which the bride brings into a marriage, is firmly established in Italian law. The state civil code contains 32 articles defining the amount, use, and title to the dowry, everything except its disposition in case of divorce. Arguing that a man could divorce his wife and still keep her dowry, Italy's Senate recently decided to abolish the age-old dowry tradition outright. The act was favored, needless to say, by Italy's liberated young women who considered the dowry a price on their heads and a hostage to their fidelity. Under the old laws, you see, adulterous women forfeited all claim to their dowries.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Yeah, damn right. Damn right they probably did. I mean, you're married, you got kids together. She's adulterous. That's an at fault right there. There's going to be an injured party right there. The kids are going to need that, and, you know, you go on your way. But, yeah, so... okay, so there's Italy. Do I have another Greek? Another Greek. Equalization. This is all I've been doing, I'm telling you. Like, I neglected going outside today to just keep looking up stuff. Here is... I think someone was bringing up inflation intercedes in world's marriages. This is 1976. With everything else going up in cost, now add the price of a bride or husband. The price is called the dowry, and it is hardly ever charged anymore in the United States. But it was at one time. But in many places where it is still part of life, the dowry is under fire, according to the National Geographic Society. Rising inflation has led to talk around the world of government price controls for dowries, and even abolishing them altogether. Depending on how you look at it, the dowry is extortion. It's extortion! A bride has to pay to win over a husband, or it is a bride's backup for a broken marriage. At the same time, there is another kind of dowry, sometimes called the bride price. So this is different, right? This is different. It is what a man has to fork over to his future father-in-law, and it is seen as either a deserved payment for rearing such a worthy bride, or as a ruinous ransom that cripples the fortunes of fledgling family. These marriage transactions are so bad, they just destroy families. We have to get rid of them. Oh, how barbaric. Women's rights, divorce, equality of opportunity, national independence, new social legislation, and attitudes, and the ways of modern life, these liberalizing changes are believed to be the beginning of the end for dowries. The bride price dowry has been a traditional institution in Africa, where in effect a father may not lose a daughter but gain a herd of goats, or a bicycle, or a load of lumber, or the like. We're reading propaganda. Even when the price is reasonable, complains a Nigerian school teacher, it takes the money a man needs to set up a home, unless, of course, he is just adding a new wife to an old household. Some African women are fighting for a legal ceiling on bride prices. In India, the dowry for brides has been banned in some states because girls without dowries have committed deletion rather than face a life of spinsterhood. In Pakistan, a new law requires that the value of the dowry and wedding gifts given newlyweds cannot total more than $500, under pain of $2,000 fine and a year in prison. Greek dowries can be anything from a small olive grove on the edge of the bride's village to high-priced real estate in Athens. The dowry is entrenched in 32 civil codes in Greece, and current moves to abolish it are highly controversial. Take it easy, Vivian. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate y'all. I'll be wrapping this up soon. And current moves to abolish it are highly controversial. If a husband goes philandering, drinking, or simply vanishes, the dowry reverts back to the woman in any divorce, comments a woman, and I think that's how it was envisioned, as a protection for women. However, abolishing the dowry appeals to some girls because they won't be at a disadvantage competing against rich girls. So that's what it's about, huh? So women were just like, well, we want to be fully hypergamous, and we're tired of a check on hypergamy, and these rich girls keep getting the husbands that we want. However, abolishing the dowry appeals to some girls because they won't be at such a disadvantage. Now, see, this is the love match. They're mad because the rich girls are matching with men in their class. And the girls down here are just like, well, I want to match with these rich guys. So the dowry's bad to them. They won't be at such a disadvantage competing against rich girls for a future husband. In addition, many men argue abolishing the dowry would end the tremendous burden on the one who has to pay for it, the father. A father in Poland said a Dow wedding, oh gosh, we're reaching issues here. A Dow wedding party is just as bad as getting your farm burned down. How much did they pay that guy to say that? In the United States, another father had his own comment on endowing a marriage. Said Eddie Cantor some years ago, $2 will buy all the happiness or all the misery in the world. At least that used to be the price of a marriage license. So we got that going on over there. Yeah, so I think you guys are kind of beginning to see some of this stuff getting pieced together, at least to how it happened. You know what I mean? And this to me, like, I would wish to have this in my mind at like such a good, just like at such a good freaking level. Just have it so refined, you know. Klaus says, I just dropped the birth rate statistics of Greece in the Discord. What is this? That seems like it would be pretty high, actually. 6.81. They really have that high of it? Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. Sorry, man. Oh, never mind. Here it is in peoples. Live births per 1,000 people. Oh, it's per 1,000 people. Okay. It's not the usual. I hate it when they do that. Like, there must be the way they usually give it is like the replacement rate or what. Well, I'll say this, Klaus. This graph is telling, right? Here's the dowry debate. Right here is when it gets pretty much taken out. Woo! It's like a roller. Woo! This is right where the church says, we're not interested in this discussion. Woo! I want to see if I can find the other, let's see. Oh, fertility rate in European countries list. Europa. Hopefully they should put Greece in here. Come on, give me the list. Give me the list. All right. Oh, this is crazy. Don't show this message again. No, thank you. Wow, they give it from 1960 to 20. Hold on, I'm going to show this. Accept cookies. All right, you got me. But is Greece in here? Yes, it is. Okay, here's Greece. This is the number I'm used to. This one seems so low, I almost can't believe it. It's saying that the replacement rate in 1960 was 2.23 in 1960 in Greece, and that it's 1.26 right now. Is it really that? I mean, that's pretty dang low. Because when you're getting to below 2, it's already like problem issues. What's Korea again? Because Korea's like 0.8 or something. South Korea replacement birth rate. Okay, yeah, they're well below 2.1. In 2023, South Korea was at 0.72. Okay, yeah, I'm inclined to believe this. Yeah, good find, man. So yeah, that's it. So the feminists are saying the dowry system stops marriage and that it stops people having kids. That's what they're selling it on. And I mean, you're seeing it here. The other ones are interesting too. Here's Italy. So I guess in 1970, divorce becomes legal for them. That's what we read in that article. So they go from 2.4, literally from 1970 to 1980, it drops from 2.38 to 1.64. And the dowry also goes away. Now they're at 1.21. Gosh. How's Germany doing? Germany's at 1.39. France is 1.66. Interesting. Shah will be the Rollo Tomasi of the dowry. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, it's literally right here, right? I mean, isn't there at least something to this? Like, at least give me that, guys. Like, there's something going on here. There really is something going on here. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to uncover the propaganda of it all, you know? And we're doing an okay job. We are hot on the trail. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wish I can really see the big money behind it. I want to see the big money movers that did this. You know, I want to see the politicians selling out, turning their backs on their own culture and country in favor of whatever the heck this happens to be, in favor of this right here. You know what I mean? For some short-term economic gain right there. So that's pretty crazy, man. I mean, that's all I was doing today. I was just reading papers. Gosh. Yeah, I know I got some other ones. I think that's probably enough for tonight. I kind of really threw a lot of text at you guys. I'm glad for the folks that made it all the way through this. That was a big deal. Let me just see if I have anything kind of... we read the inflation one. We got through that. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Look what they did. Look what they did to our beautiful dowry.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Greek dowries under criticism. We covered that. Need a wedding dowry. European. We did the. This was a fantastic show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Next week, I mean, we'll have some. I'm deciding which one to do next week. Joker, who's been a member in our Discord, has posted some interesting lists of things we can go over. Also, we have Jordan Peterson talking to Megyn Kelly. That's a thing. There was a lot of different stuff I saw that might make for a good reaction. So we'll figure that one out for next week. Germany says, Germany is pushing lots of money in the welfare state. The results are still not good. Sounds like even regardless of the welfare stuff, it's still not encouraging people to have kids. Shah will be the Rollo Tomasi with the dowry. I appreciate that, man. Yep, Greece is real bad. Bad economics, too. Weren't they one of the pigs nations? Yeah, drop off after 1980. Why does the red pill insist that men date down? Why are men selecting women with no achievements if dowry would make accomplished women more appealing? That's the interesting thing. I mean, and I think a lot of it is this effort to try to create this kind of neutrality with tradcons. But a lot of it, I guess the short answer is it's just carryover from romantic chivalry that they still don't know that they're actually doing in a way. You know, in a way. Maybe not the same way as tradcons, but I think it's runoff from that. Always a fantastic show. Thank you so much, Mr. Pitt. I appreciate that. W Stream. We'll probably get the music going on here in a bit. Yeah, let's get some smooth jazz going on. I think we need that. I really enjoyed it. I love these old articles and see the graphs. Yeah, the graphs are really helpful. The articles are very, very helpful, definitely. I just, you know, it's that. I mean, you can have pieces of media. You can have no, not the Joker. I'm sorry, Mr. Pitt. It's some other. It's a guy who says he found me from Coach's stream, and he's interested in this stuff. His name's Joker. That'd be hilarious if it was Better Bachelor. Many countries push the welfare programs. It doesn't work. Hey, Vivian's still here. Hypergamy isn't real. Dating isn't real. I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Like, I don't even know. Like, it's like the Truman Show over here. I mean, is any of this making any sense? You know, we really went ahead and did something. The dowry. Let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere. Man, I love the music, guys. That was a lot of reading. Guys, if you learned anything from this stream, don't write anything down and then send it over that you can't delete. It can and will be used against you for laughing purposes. Possibly even money extraction purposes. Oh. I bet right now the ladies in the chat can think of the most embarrassing things guys have ever said to them. I mean, no need to share, but I can just imagine it now. I can imagine it now. Oh my gosh. I'll probably fall down asleep pretty crazy. I deviated from my diet last night. My friends took me out for my birthday, even though it's like well over a month since it was my birthday. Big shout out to those guys. But we did it big. We went to this nice steakhouse, and I had it all. I had freaking the carbs. I had the dessert. So I've been, you know, I really went off the rails. I had coffee with my dessert. It was like 9 o'clock p.m. Really getting crazy out here. They help to understand the mindset of people who are pushing propaganda. That's the part I love. And it's like it's newspaper, so it is still got a slant in propaganda for, you know, somewhat. But it really puts you in that time so it can help you understand how people were viewing this stuff and what they were valuing and how things change when you look at it now, or what stayed the same, what's worse. Women had to undermine thousands of years of tradition worldwide in order for hypergamy to become a thing. Yeah, they did it all right. Hey, credit to them. They did that. Shout out. Klaus GGG says, making the connection of the current state to these old articles shows how long this scheme is going on. Really interesting. Thank you. That means a lot to hear you say that and the other comments, because it's like, yes, I'm essentially having almost, a 4.5 hour stream here of me reading 100-year-old papers. I get that's probably not the most appealing thing in the world, but this is, I'm telling you, like, this is necessary for the big picture. Like, we need to know this. Yeah. Simp in public shamelessly until you expire. So it seems like you're suggesting to just kind of just go right into it and be like, you know what? Be proud to simp. When you say that, I'm imagining, like, when you see those things on social media and it's like a woman with a guy on a leash or something and they're all in leather, or the guy's dressed like a one of those furry guys. That's probably like the zenith point. That is taking what you said to the as far as you could probably. I mean, I don't know. That's probably the most bold, I guess. Klaus says having it. I mean, there's other simping too that could be even more bold than that. But anyways, Klaus says having a cheat meal from time to time is okay, as long as you're consistent with your diet most of the time. Yeah, I have been. I woke up, I had like 5 eggs, and then I had some like lamb that I got from my buddy's place because I went to his place for something. I fried that up in some butter. Oh man, where's our music at? My bad. That was pretty good. I think I forgot to eat dinner. Yeah, I didn't eat dinner. Oh well. Well, it's 11:11 now over here.
She's got the house, the truck, and even my keys.
Vivian is out there telling guys to steer into the skid. I'm having a hard time without cheat meal, but I'm keeping it together. I hear you, man. The thing is, bro, is like anytime I eat anything bad, like it'll come on me like it's just the man boobs enter the picture fast. Go eat some, Shah. I completely forgot to eat. I can't believe that. You know what I had? I had my breakfast and then I had 2 mangoes at like noon. Because the lamb I ate made me crave something sweet, so I had 2 pieces of fruit. And they were some good mangoes, I'll tell you that. And then I took a nap. And then I woke up and I was just reading for this. And I was reading for this in the morning too. Anyways. Well, I mean, there might be some more conversations down the line here. So I know you guys checked out Post Millman. I know Raymond Thoughts and Mine. I'm supposed to follow up with him on a discussion. There's some other folks out there that may reach out for a discussion. So I do want to get standalone videos. I got videos on my mind I got to make. Also, I'm going to Canada early next month, so you guys might get a Shah in Canada vlog. So that's something to look forward to. So yeah, I will be reporting from Canada. We'll see how that goes. God willing, it's a good trip. Take care. We're so looking forward to talking to you about Dowry this Saturday. All right, yeah, that's right. Saturday morning. Yeah, so Saturday morning I'll be on Elena's stream. So that'll be a fun discussion. And 7-Eleven. Hey man, cool username. Shout out to you, man. I think it's my first time seeing you. 7-Eleven says, thank you so much for your channel and thank you for doing a late show. Hey, well, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. Just because of you, I think we'll go ahead and get another song playing here. Just as an extra. Thank you again. $10. Very generous donation. I appreciate that. I think maybe I have seen you once before. It's great when folks that are kind of in the woodworks that are watching but maybe don't care to chat so much. It's nice to see you in here every now and then. So thank you for that. I'll leave that up. We'll listen to another song after this. Oh man. Yeah, I'm in here sweating. This is crazy. Crazy talk. Let's see. Where is my other clips? I think we got the rap song. There we go. This was by Dan.
Yeah.
No Dan the man, no I Trevor today. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We'll maybe see him next week.
Yo.
No
Yeah.
Caesar Quintana. Shout out to Caesar.
Yo, Shah steps in, sword sharper than vows. Dowry in his grip, breaking old world brows. Chains of gold ain't the way hearts tie. Shah fights the tradition, makes the system cry. Shah on a mission,
Hope everybody has a good Sunday and has
love ablaze. Battles in the courts, in the
fantastic
streets,
week
in the
coming
sky.
ahead.
Shah fights for
Everybody who
freedom
liked the
till the
video,
old
thanks for
days
liking the
die.
video.
Families auction hearts, turning love to sales. Shah wage a war, pulling justice from scales. Rolls up his sleeves, fights greed with a glare. Dowry to destroy, but love to repair. Stacks of cash ain't bonds for life. Shah sees the pain, cuts through with strife. Dowry the tool, but the message breaks bricks. Marriage ain't a hustle, love ain't tricks. Shah on a mission, slicing through the haze. Dowry like a weapon, setting love ablaze. Battles in the courts, in the streets, in the sky.
Remember,
Shah
guys,
fights for
Dowry
freedom
is the
till
spear.
the old days die. He ain't
Dowry is
no
the
saint,
spear.
just a rebel with heat.
Right.
Shah
Keep that in
dismantling
mind.
schemes in the concrete. He leaves
Another one.
tradition
Thank you,
gasping,
Leda.
clutching its chest. The
Far too
Dowry's
kind.
flipped
Far
now,
too
it's
kind.
fighting
Great
the
show
rest.
today, Shah. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you. I swear that's more than I deserve. More than I deserve. I appreciate it.
Shah on a mission,
Next
slicing
week
through the
week
haze.
we'll have a
Dowry like
video.
weapon, setting love ablaze.
Oh, 'cause of the music.
Battles in the
Uh-oh.
courts, in the streets,
Oh, it's
in the
too
sky.
loud.
Shah fights
My bad. I was blasting y'all with the music. I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you so much for that. Far more than I deserve. Very generous. Next week, we'll move away from the text. We'll have a video reaction like we're used to. So, we can all look forward to that. Everyone who bared with me with a bunch of just text on their screen, you guys are all legends. Thank you for all the info, Shah. These paper clips are useful to shake TradCon beliefs and make women accountable again. Absolutely. I think the next thing that's going to be happening is I'll probably be having a series of discussions with TradCons or TradCon-minded folks. And I think all I can do is just, be as good faith and as honest as possible, and we'll see what we can discover together. So that's the hope there. That's the hope there. Anyways, I will let y'all go. And everybody please enjoy their Sunday, and then we'll get some more content here coming real soon. Everybody please have a fantastic night.